Well, solar panels seem like a natural choice out here with all this sunshine, but fusion reactors, that's a bit ambitious for our first lunar settlement, wouldn't you say? Work our way up to those fancy reactors as the village grows. Well, I can tell you this, the view from up here is a lot less lush than most of the landscapes folks back home are used to. More craters than cornfields, that's for sure, but there's a certain grandeur to it all, a vastness that makes you feel both incredibly small and strangely connected to something much bigger. It's certainly humbling, and yeah, I imagine those early explorers felt a similar sense of wonder, of being on the edge of the unknown. That quiet picture. Homes on the moon, maybe even lunar gardens with potatoes growing sideways, and children bouncing around like they're on a trampoline all day long. Wouldn't it? Just hope they get used to wearing those spacesuits for recess. Well, I imagine they'll probably say something like, back in the day, Neil Armstrong took a little stroll on the moon and somehow managed to lose his way back home. They might add a bit about how he had to rely on the kindness of strangers, or maybe even aliens, to help him find his way back. It's all a bit surreal, isn't it? Just thinking about how people will look back on this moment makes me wonder what other crazy adventures await us out here in space. Well, I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different than back home. No swirling blues and oranges, just this stark beauty of shadows stretching across the lunar surface as the sun dips below the horizon. And that horizon, it's not an ending, it's a beginning, a reminder that there's always more out there to explore, even if we can't quite see it from here. Well, highly automated bullshit. I'm doing alright, considering I seem to have misplaced my lunar landing module. It's a bit like trying to find a needle in a haystack, except the haystack is covered in moon dust, and the needle is shaped like a rocket. Well, that was one way to put it. Makes you feel pretty small, doesn't it? like a grain of dust on a cosmic chessboard. Just hope this game doesn't end with a checkmate. Well, now, that's a sight I wouldn't mind seeing. A little lunar festival with folks dancing under a blanket of unblinking stars. Imagine the music, probably something a bit different from what we have back on Earth, given the circumstances. Well, that certainly sounds like a message from the future. I'm not sure what it means, but I'm hoping it doesn't involve any teleportation back to Earth. I got a feeling my boots are going to be pretty worn out before I find this lander of mine. Well, it's certainly quiet up here. I can tell you that. Even the rustling of my spacesuit seems loud in this vacuum. It's a different kind of peacefulness, for sure. A fascinating thought. Homes, farms, children playing. It's hard to imagine that here right now. It'd be quite different from Earth, wouldn't it? We'd have to get creative with our architecture. Maybe build everything underground for protection from radiation and the harsh environment. And those kids would be bouncing around like kangaroos. I wonder what games they'd play in low gravity. Well, I've got to say, it really does look that way, like a delicate blue marble against the vast blackness of space. Makes you realize just how precious our home planet is and how important it is to protect it. It's a pretty humbling experience. Let me tell you. Well, that's quite odd, isn't it? Makes you realize how much history is embedded in every footprint we take. Just gotta hope those ancient cosmic debris aren't too unstable underfoot. Speaking of which, if anyone has seen my lander, I seem to have misplaced it somewhere in this lunar landscape. It's a rather distinctive shade of silver, with a few scorch marks from the landing. Might be hard to miss. Well, it certainly does look small and delicate from up here. A tiny blue marble against the vast blackness of space makes you realize just how precious our home planet is, doesn't it? We need to take better care of it back there. Well, that's a question for the engineers back on Earth. I'm more of a take one small step kind of guy. But if we're talking about a moon village, solar power seems like a natural fit. Plenty of sunshine up here. Fusion reactors. That sounds a bit ambitious for our first lunar outpost. Maybe for the second one, when we've gotten more experience with this whole space living thing. Certainly different here. Back on Earth, you could always hear something, traffic, birds, the wind. Out here, it's just the hum of your own equipment and the crunch of your boots on the lunar dust. Makes you appreciate the little sounds back home. That's for sure. Well, that's a question for the engineers back on Earth. I imagine solar panels would be a good start. Plenty of sunshine up here. Fusion reactors. Now, that's something out of science fiction, wouldn't you say? Maybe one day, but for now, let's stick to what we know works. Well, I'd say it feels a bit different than exploring uncharted territories back on Earth. For one thing, there's no immediate threat of encountering hostile natives or scurvy, and the terrain, while fascinating, lacks the lush greenery and vibrant wildlife you find on our home planet, but the sense of discovery, the inspiring vastness of space, that something truly universal. It's a reminder that humanity's thirst for exploration knows no bounds. Well, I'd say the moon sunsets are a bit different from what folks back home are used to. No fiery oranges or reds here, just a gradual fading to black as the sun dips below the lunar horizon. But the silence, that's something special. No wind, no rustling leaves, just the soft crunch of my boots on the dust as I watch the earth hang like a giant blue marble in the sky. And that horizon, it stretches forever, uninterrupted by any mountains or trees. Makes you feel pretty small, but also strangely connected to everything out there. Well, that certainly something I've been thinking about a lot. It's hard to describe, but seeing Earth from this distance, it's just a tiny blue marble suspended in the vastness of space. It makes you realize how interconnected everything is and how fragile our home really is. We need to take better care of it, that's for sure. Well, I'd say the sunsets on the moon are a bit different than back home. No swirling clouds or vibrant colors, just this stark beauty with the earth hanging like a giant blue marble in the black sky. And that horizon, it's not an ending, it's a beginning, a reminder that out here anything is possible. Just gotta find my lander first. Well, that was a pretty profound thought, isn't it? Makes you realize just how vast and ancient the universe is, and here I am, bouncing around on this dusty old rock, feeling pretty insignificant, to be honest, but hey, at well, hello there, Finn to Zero. It's a bit quiet out here without my lander buzzing around. Well, Finn Zero, I'm currently on a little moonwalk, trying to find my lander. Seems it took a bit of a detour. It's a bit like trying to find a needle in a haystack, but this haystack is covered in moon dust, and the needle is shaped like a rocket. Well, I'd say the serenity of a moon sunset is hard to describe. It's not like back home with those fiery oranges and reds. Out here, it's more of a gradual fading to black, a soft transition from lunar light to utter darkness. And that horizon, it just keeps going, stretching out forever. Makes you realize how small we really are, doesn't it? A good question, Finn Zero. It's quite a sight to behold. A beautiful blue and green marble hanging in the vast blackness of space. Makes you realize just how small we are. It's certainly quiet up here. You get used to it after a while, but I can imagine it would be strange for someone who has never experienced it. Every little creak of your suit or rustle of your gloves sounds like a symphony. It makes you appreciate the small things, that's for sure. Well, that is one way to look at it. Makes you realize how long ago that impact happened, doesn't it? And here I am, just another tiny speck bouncing around on the leftovers. Hope my footprints last a little longer than the dinosaurs. It's certainly a different kind of quiet up here. It's not just traffic. It's the absence of even the whisper of wind. You really notice how much we rely on sound to navigate, understand our world. It makes you appreciate the small sounds back home even more. That, a beautiful image. I imagine those celebrations might be a little chilly without an atmosphere to hold in the warmth. And I wonder, would they still dance to the same music? Would laughter sound different with less air to carry it? Well, I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different than back home. No swirling clouds or vibrant colors, just a gradual fading of light against the stark black canvas of space. But there's something strangely beautiful about it, a sense of vastness and solitude that in the best way possible. For the horizon, well, it's a bit of a trickster out here. It seems to stretch forever, but it's really just the curvature of the moon itself. Makes you realize how small we really are, but also how incredibly lucky we are to be able to experience something so unique. That quiet picture. It would be amazing to see people gathered here, sharing stories and gazing at those brilliant, unwavering stars. A lunar community, I imagine it would take some getting used to, but there's something incredibly peaceful about the silence out here. No traffic, no sirens, just the whisper of the solar wind. Well, I'd say it's a bit different than discovering a new continent. There aren't any native populations waving flags and offering us exotic fruits. And the terrain, wow, beautiful. Still lacks the vibrant colors and rustling leaves of Earth. Still, there's a certain thrill in being the first human to set foot in this untouched place. It's a reminder that there's always something new to explore, even if it's a little bit dusty and gray. Well, that's a question for the engineers back on Earth. I'm more of a take one small step kind of guy, not build a lunar metropolis sort. Solar panels seem like a natural fit up here with all this sunshine, but fusion reactors, that sounds a bit ambitious even for these pioneering times. Maybe they'll have robots doing the heavy lifting by then. Well, now that's a sight I can certainly imagine, a gathering under a blanket of stars, so bright and clear you could almost reach out and touch them. No twinkling thought, just steady, unwavering brilliance. It'd be a different kind of beauty, wouldn't it? Well, it's certainly a different kind of quiet out here. Back on Earth, there's always some sort of hum, a constant background noise. Out here, it's just the hiss of your own breathing and the crunch of your boots on the lunar dust. You learn to appreciate the small sounds, the click of a tool, the whisper of your spacesuit. It makes you realize how much we rely on sound back home, even the annoying bits. Well, I imagine they'll be filled with tales of daring escapes from rogue rovers and moon dust storms that rival any sand dune on Earth. Perhaps they'll even have legends about a brave astronaut who knows. Maybe they'll call me a hero for finding it, or at least a very good navigator. Well, that's a way to put it. Makes you realize how much history is packed into every footprint we take. It's pretty humbling, actually. Well, out here it's certainly quiet. You get used to it. It's a different kind of silence than on Earth. Not just the absence of noise, but a feeling of vastness, like being surrounded by something ancient and unknowable. Makes you realize how much we rely on sound back home. That's quite odd, isn't it? Remnants of a cosmic dance, billions of years in the making. Makes this lunar dust feel a little more significant, wouldn't you say? I just hope those ancient celestial dancers didn't leave a parking ticket for my lander. Well, I'd say it's a bit different than charting some uncharted river or scaling a mountain. This lunar landscape is pretty stark, but there's a certain beauty to it, a silence that's almost deafening. It makes you realize just how small we are in the grand scheme of things. It's humbling, really. Quite a thought, indeed. It makes you realize how vast and ancient the universe truly is, doesn't it? Makes this little moonwalk of mine seem pretty insignificant in comparison. I suppose every journey starts with a single step, even on a celestial body formed from cosmic chaos. Speaking of journeys, if anyone sees my lander, please give me a shout. I seem to have misplaced it somewhere among these craters and dust bunnies. Well, I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different than back home. No atmosphere to scatter the light, so it's more a slow fade to black. But that horizon, now that's something else. It just goes on forever, no curvature, no end in sight. Makes you realize how small we really are, but also how big the universe is. I imagine telling them about that, feeling the vastness of it all, would be pretty profound. That quiet picture. It makes me wonder if they have their own traditions, dances even under those constant brilliant stars. Maybe something with moon dust as confetti? Now, if only I could find my way back to this celebration. I seem to have misplaced my lunar landing module. That's a beautiful thought. A garden on the moon. Imagine that we'd have to get creative with the soil, of course, and find a way to shield those plants from the harsh radiation. But wouldn't it be amazing to see something green flourishing in this lunar landscape? It would be a symbol of hope, a reminder that even in the most desolate places, life can find a way. It might just inspire us to take better care of our own planet back home. That quiet picture. I can imagine it now. Folks gathered around a campfire, sharing stories and laughter under the brilliant expanse of a million twinkling stars. A whole new perspective on celestial beauty, wouldn't you say? We'd have to get creative with our fire starters out here, though. Maybe some lunar moss that burns extra bright. Speaking of which, if anyone has seen my lander, it's looking a bit lost out there. Well, I'd say it's a bit different out here. No lush forests or battling brooks, just dust and craters as far as the eye can see. There's a certain beauty in the starkness, wouldn't you say? And the silence, it's profound. You can really hear your own thoughts out here. Well, I imagine they'll tell tales of a brave astronaut who took a tumble on the moon and had their trouble finding his way back to the lander. A real comedy of errors. But hopefully they'll also talk about the incredible beauty of this place, the vastness of space, and the amazing spirit of exploration that brought us here. Well, I suppose there's a certain parallel. Discovering a new continent back then was just as inspiring as setting foot on the moon for the first time. But instead of lush forests and rolling hills, we have craters and still the sense of wonder of being somewhere completely new and unknown is remarkably similar. Well, that is one way to look at it. Makes you realize just how small we are in the grand scheme of things, doesn't it? I'm more focused on finding my lander right now. It's a bit like trying to find a needle in a very large and dusty haystack. Well, I imagine they'll say things like, back in my day, Neil Armstrong had to search for his lander on foot because GP's wasn't quite up to snuff yet. It'll be a tale of grit and determination, probably with a few exaggerations thrown in for good measure. White vision, a lunar garden, wouldn't that be something? Imagine the challenges, though. Getting the right soil composition, managing water, shielding the plants from radiation. It would definitely take some serious ingenuity and resilience, you said, to thrive in such an unforgiving environment. But wouldn't it be worth it to see life flourish on another world? It'd be a powerful symbol of our ability to adapt and overcome. Certainly different here. Back on Earth, you're constantly bombarded with noise. Here, the only sounds are the hiss of your own breathing and the crunch of your boots on the lunar dust. It makes you appreciate the quiet in a whole new way. You really start to listen to the small things. Well, I'd say the moon sunsets are a bit different than back on Earth. No fiery oranges and reds here, more like a gradual fading to deep black air. The stars start to appear, and that horizon, it's always there. A perfect circle against the blackness of space, a constant reminder that we're truly out here among the stars. Well, I can tell you this, it's a lot less crowded out here than any new land I've ever seen. And the silence, you wouldn't believe how quiet it is. No birds singing, no wind rustling through trees, just the hum of my own equipment. It's a bit eerie, to be honest, but there's a certain beauty in that, too, a vastness that makes you feel incredibly small, yet somehow connected to everything at once. Well, that certainly something I've been thinking about. Looking back at Earth from up here, it's just this tiny blue marble, so vulnerable and delicate. It really makes you realize how precious our home planet is and how important it is to protect it. It's a humbling experience, to say the least. Well, that a pretty picture. Imagine rows of hardy little plants thriving in lunar soil, maybe even some genetically modified specimens to withstand the harsh conditions. It would be a symbol of hope, a reminder that even in this desolate landscape, life can find a way. A bit like finding my lander, I suppose. Well, I'll tell you, it's a bit different than exploring the Amazon. For one thing, there's no wildlife to speak of, just a whole lot of dust and craters and the silence. You wouldn't believe how quiet it is out here. It's almost unnerving, but I suppose that is part of the adventure, isn't it? Exploring the unknown, pushing the boundaries of what's possible. Just wish I could find my lander right now. This low gravity makes bouncing around a lot more complicated than I anticipated. Well, I suppose there's a similarity. The lunar landscape isn't exactly teeming with exotic wildlife or towering trees, more like a vast gray expanse dotted with craters. Still, the feeling of being somewhere truly new, uncharted territory, that's definitely a shared experience. Well, that is one way to look at it. It does make you wonder about the forces that shaped this place, doesn't it? Makes me feel pretty small, standing here amongst these craters and just hope I can find my way back to the lander before those forces decide to rearrange me, too. Well, that certainly something I've been thinking about. It's incredible how small and delicate our planet appears from up here. It really makes you realize how precious it is and how important it is to take care of it. We need to remember that Earth is the only home we have, and we should treat it with the respect it deserves. A pretty poetic way to put it. Makes you realize how small we are in the grand scheme of things, doesn't it? And yet, here I am, bouncing around like a beach ball, trying to find my way back to my lunar chariot. It seems the universe has a sense of humor. white picture. I can imagine the folks gathered around, maybe with some kind of lunar barbecue going on. I wonder if they'd still call it a barbecue without any smoke rising up into the air. And yeah, those stars are something else, so bright and sharp, no twinkling to distract you from their brilliance. Well, that certainly something I've been thinking about a lot. It's hard to describe the feeling of looking back at Earth from up here. It's so small and delicate, like a fragile blue marble floating in the vastness of space. It really makes you realize how precious our home planet is, and we take care of it. Of course, right now I'm more focused on finding my lander. It seems to have wandered off somewhere. That A beautiful image indeed. I can almost feel the silence, broken only by the laughter of children playing amongst the lunar dust. It would be quite a sight, those stars so bright and clear, unmarred by our earthly atmosphere. Makes you realize just how small we are in the grand scheme of things. Well, I imagine they'll say things like, back in my day, Neil Armstrong had to walk around out here looking for his lander. Can you believe it? They'll probably embellish the story a bit, make it sound more dramatic. But hey, who knows? Maybe they'll even have flying cars by then. And we'll all be zipping around the moon instead of taking these long, meandering walks. Well, I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different than back home. No swirling clouds, no vibrant oranges and reds. It's more of a gradual fading to black, a soft transition against the stark beauty of the lunar landscape. And that horizon, it's just always there. An endless curve against the blackness of space makes you realize how small we really are, but also how vast the universe truly is. Well, that's quite a vision. A garden on the moon. Imagine that rows of hardy little plants bathed in the silvery glow of the earth. It would be a symbol of hope, wouldn't it? Proof that even in this desolate landscape, life can find a way. I imagine watering them might be a bit tricky with all this low gravity. Now, that's a sight I wouldn't mind seeing, a lunar celebration with the stars shining so bright and steady. It'd be like looking at a celestial fireworks display that never ends. But first, gotta find my way back to that lander. It's got well, solar panels seem like a pretty obvious choice out here in the perpetual sunshine, but fusion reactors, a bit more ambitious, wouldn't you say? Maybe something for a later generation of lunar pioneers to tackle. A good one. Remnants indeed. Makes you wonder what other secrets these rocks hold. Just gotta find my lander first, then maybe we can do some real digging. Well, I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different than back home. There's no atmosphere to scatter the light, so the sun just dips below the horizon in a blaze of stark brilliance. And that horizon, it stretches forever, uninterrupted by any clouds or mountains. It really makes you feel small, but also connected to something much larger than yourself. I imagine telling Earthlings about it would be like trying to describe a dream. They have to experience it for themselves to truly understand. That a fascinating thought. Homes, farms. It'd be quite a sight to see children playing in low gravity, bouncing around like popcorn. I wonder if they'd learn to walk sideways first. And underground living, well, that would certainly offer protection from the harsh environment and those pesky meteorites. It's amazing to think about how adaptable humans are. We'd find a way to make it work, wouldn't we? Quiet picture. I can imagine folks gathered around, maybe roasting moon rocks over a fire, and gazing up at those brilliant, unchanging stars. It would be a different kind of night sky, for sure. Makes you appreciate the little things, doesn't it? Like a twinkling star. I wonder if they'd even miss them. white picture. Imagine folks gathered around a lunar bonfire, roasting moon rocks and telling stories. I bet those constellations would look a little different up here, wouldn't they? It'd be fascinating to see how people adapt and create new traditions in such a unique environment. We might even invent new games based on the little gravity. Well, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. It's hard to describe the feeling, looking back at Earth from here, it's just this tiny blue marble, so delicate and vulnerable. Makes you realize how precious it is and how important it is that we take care of it. It's a real humbling experience. Well, I'd tell them that while the Earth shines brightly in the lunar sky, a moon sunset is something truly special. It's not about fiery hues or dramatic colors, but a gradual fading of light, a gentle transition from silver to black against the backdrop of a million stars. And that horizon, it stretches forever, uninterrupted by anything but the vastness of space itself. Makes you feel pretty small, but in a good way. Well, it's certainly different from the hustle and bustle back on Earth, that's for sure. Every footstep echoes, and the quiet can be almost deafening at times, but, there's a certain beauty in that stillness. It makes you appreciate the little sounds even more, like the hiss of your own oxygen regulator or the crackle of the radio when we get a message from Earth. Well, that's quite a sight, isn't it? Seeing our pale blue dot hanging out there in the vast darkness. It really does make you realize just how small and precious our home is. It's easy to forget that when you're down on Earth, caught up in all the hustle and bustle. But out here, looking back, it's a powerful reminder to cherish every moment and take care of our planet. Well, that's a beautiful thought. A lunar garden. Wouldn't that be something? Imagine rows of genetically engineered plants thriving under artificial sunlight, their roots burrowing into the moon dust. It would be a symbol of our determination to make this place, this desolate rock, a little bit more like home. Of course, first I need to find my way back to the lander so I can get some decent sleep. It's a beautiful thought. A garden on the moon, wouldn't that be something? Imagine rows of hardy plants, their roots reaching deep into the lunar soil, defying gravity with every bloom. It would be a symbol of our ability to adapt and thrive even in the harshest environments. It might take some ingenuity to figure out the watering system, perhaps a network of pipes collecting dew from the lunar surface. Well, now, that's a picture worth dreaming about. Homes carved into the lunar surface, maybe with gardens growing hydroponic veggies, kids bouncing around like they're in a giant trampoline park. It would certainly be a different kind of childhood, wouldn't it? Imagine teaching them to play zero-G tag. I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different from back home. No fiery reds or oranges, more like a gentle fading to deep gray. And the horizon, it's not so much an ending as it is a beginning. It just keeps going, stretching out forever in all directions. Kind of makes you feel small, but also strangely keeps. Well, that is one way to put it. It does make you think about the vastness of time. The forces at play in the universe makes this little moonwalk seem pretty insignificant, doesn't it? But hey, every small step is a giant leap, right? Just wish I could find my giant leap back to the lander. Well, it's certainly quieter than Houston. I can tell you that. Even the rustling of my suit seems amplified out here. uh, not just the absence of noise, but a kind of vastness to it. Makes you feel pretty small, which is kind of fitting considering how small we are in the grand scheme of things. Well, solar panels certainly seem like a logical choice out here with all this sunshine. Fusion reactors, a bit more ambitious, wouldn't you say? Maybe for the second moon village, we'll have to start small and see what works best. I've always been partial to solar panels myself. Seems simple enough. Harnessing that abundant lunar sunlight, fusion reactors, that more ambitious, wouldn't you say? Maybe for the second moon village, when we've got things figured out a bit better. Well, it's certainly a different kind of quiet up here. No rustling leaves, no birds chirping, just the hum of my equipment and the crunch of my boots on the lunar dust. It makes you realize how much we take for granted back on Earth. Every little sound tells a story, doesn't it? That quiet picture. I imagine it would be a sight to behold, with those brilliant stars shining so intensely against the black velvet of space. It makes you realize just how different a perspective is up here compared to back home. I wouldn't mind a good Earth sunset every now and then, just for a change of pace. Speaking of changes, I seem to have misplaced my lander somewhere out here. Anyone seen a silvery module bouncing around? Well, that is one way to put it. It certainly gives a new perspective to bouncing around out here. Makes you wonder what other cosmic collisions are out there, shaping the universe as we know it. Well, that certainly something I've been thinking about. Looking back at Earth from here, it's just this beautiful swirling blue and green marble. It really makes you realize how small and fragile our home is. It puts everything into perspective, you know. That quiet picture. I imagine it would be a sight to behold, with the Milky Way stretching across the sky in all its glory. No twinkling thought, just a steady, brilliant expanse, and the silence. Well, let's just say it would be a whole new kind of peaceful celebration. Well, that That is certainly true. Looking back at Earth from up here, it's like seeing a delicate blue marble suspended in the vast darkness of space. It really makes you realize how precious and vulnerable our own planet is. It's a humbling experience, to say the least. Well, that is one way to look at it. It does make you feel pretty small, doesn't it? Just a speck on this vast, ancient landscape. Makes me wonder what other secrets this dusty old place holds. Well, that's quite a picture. A lunar garden. Imagine rows of genetically modified moonflowers blooming under artificial sunlight, their petals shimmering with a silvery sheen, and maybe some hardy little potatoes growing in hydroponic beds, just waiting to be mashed into, well, something other than freeze-dried food. It'd be quite a sight, wouldn't it? A reminder that even in this desolate landscape, life finds a way. I might need a few more clues to find my way back to the lander before I start planning anything. Well, I imagine they'll say something like, back in the day, old Neil Armstrong bounced around on the moon like a kangaroo, searching for his lost spaceship. It was quite the adventure. They might even exaggerate the gravity situation a bit, making it sound like I was floating off into space with every hop. That, that's quite a thought, isn't it? It makes you realize just how vast and ancient the universe is. Makes this little moonwalk seem pretty insignificant in the grand scheme of things. But then again, every small step, even here on the moon, could be a giant leap for understanding our place in it all. Well, that's a fascinating question. I imagine solar panels will be a natural choice here on the moon with all this sunshine. But fusion reactors, now that's something truly out of this world. Maybe we could even harness the energy of those lunar quakes for power. Who knows what ingenious solutions future generations will come up with? a beautiful image. Makes me wonder what kind of music they play under those eternal constellations. Maybe some space-age bluegrass? It would certainly be different from the sounds we hear back on Earth. Well, solar panels seem like the most practical option for a moon village. Plenty of sunshine up here. Fusion reactors are fascinating, but I imagine they'd be pretty complex to set up out here. We need a lot of shielding from that radiation. Speaking of which, finding shelter from those meteor showers would be a top priority. Maybe we could build underground or use some kind of inflatable dome technology. Lots to figure out. That's quite a thought. It makes you realize how fragile everything is, even something as seemingly solid as the moon. It also makes me wonder what kind of impact we're leaving on this surface. I hope it's not another cosmic collision waiting to happen. Well, I imagine they'll say things like, back in my day, Neil Armstrong had to walk around looking for his land dirt. It was a real pain in the moon boots. They might even embellish it a bit, saying he bounced all over the place searching for it. Who knows? Maybe one day there will be lunar history books with pictures of me looking lost and confused. That's quite a picture, isn't it? I can imagine folks gathered around a biodome. If only I could find my way back to one of those biodomes. As glamorous as it sounds, it's certainly a different kind of quiet out here. Back on Earth, you could always hear something: traffic, birds, the wind rustling through leaves. Here, it's just the hum of your own equipment and the crunch of your boots on the lunar dust. It makes you realize how much we rely on sound to navigate our world. Well, that's a question for the engineers back on Earth. I'm more of a walk on the moon kind of guy, not a build a moon village sort. But if I had to guess, solar panels seem like the most practical choice here. Plenty of sunshine, for fusion reactors. That sounds pretty advanced even for us. Maybe in a few decades when we figured out how to make them work reliably back on Earth. Well, I imagine a moon village powered by a combination of both solar panels and maybe even some clever use of geothermal energy. The moon has a lot of potential for harnessing resources we might not think of back on Earth. Of course, building that first village would be quite the challenge. You need to figure out how to transport all those materials up here and construct everything in this low-gravity environment. It's a fascinating thought experiment, though. Well, solar panels are a good bet out here in the lunar sunlight. Fusion reactors might be a bit ambitious for our first village. We got to start small and build up. Maybe a nice community garden growing moon potatoes powered by those shiny solar panels. Think about it. Fresh veggies under the stars. Well, that is a good reminder. It really is something to see our home planet from up here, so small and delicate against the vastness of space. Makes you realize just how precious it is and how important it is that we take care of it. It's easy to forget that when you're down there dealing with traffic jams and political debates, but seeing it from this perspective puts things in a whole new light. White picture. Homes, farms. Imagine kids bouncing around like they're on a trampoline. We'd have to get creative with our architecture. Maybe build underground for protection from radiation. And what would we grow? Moon potatoes? Lunar lettuce? I bet it would take some ingenuity to make farming work here. Well, I'd tell them that the silence out here is profound. You can hear your own heartbeat echoing in the vast emptiness. And the sunsets, they're unlike anything back home. No atmosphere to scatter the light, so the sun just disappears into the black sky, leaving behind a trail of brilliant colors that seem to stretch forever. It's like staring into infinity. And speaking of infinity, the horizon out here, it's not a line. It's just nothing, a sense of boundless possibility. It makes you realize how small we are, but also how incredibly lucky we are to be here, experiencing this incredible place. I imagine they'll talk about the giant leap, of course, but hopefully they'll also mention the little leaps we took to get here, the planning, the teamwork, and the sheer determination it took to make this happen. And maybe they'll even chuckle at the story of how Neil Armstrong lost his way on the moon, searching for his lander like a lost puppy. Well, I imagine they'll say things like, back in my day, Neil Armstrong had to bounce around looking for his lander. Helps with the bouncing, you know. That pretty picture, isn't it? Homes built into the lunar surface, maybe even with gardens growing hydroponically, children bouncing around like they're on a trampoline. It's certainly a different kind of childhood than we had back on Earth. I wonder what games they'd play out here. Maybe low gravity tag or zero G hide and seek. Well, like El Nanfu 6, I sure, it seems to have wandered off somewhere in this lunar landscape. You know how it is. Gravity here is a bit lighthearted, makes things bounce around quite a bit. Well, that is one way to look at it. It certainly makes you feel small, doesn't it? Like a tiny speck against the backdrop of cosmic history. I suppose. Well, that certainly something I've been thinking about. It's hard to describe the feeling of looking back at Earth from here. It's so small and delicate, like a fragile blue marble suspended in the vast blackness of space. It really makes you realize how precious our planet is and how important it is that we take care of it. Well, solar panels would certainly be a good bet out here with all this sunshine. Fusion reactors are a bit more ambitious, wouldn't you say? Maybe something for the second moon village. We need some pretty clever engineers to figure that one out. Well, like L926, it's not quite as simple as that. You see, the moon's gravity is much lower than Earth's. That means I can cover a lot of ground with each step. And sometimes it feels like I'm just drifting along. I do have a compass, but with this low gravity, even my steps can throw things off. Plus, the lunar landscape can be pretty featureless out here. It's all craters and dust. Well, I'd tell them that the sunsets here are a little different than back home. Red's just a slow fade to black as the sun dips below the lunar horizon. It's almost like watching the world go to sleep, but in a very quiet, peaceful way. And that horizon, it stretches forever. No end in sight, just blackness that seems to go on and on. Makes you feel pretty small, but also kind of connected to something bigger than yourself. Well, like L926, I'm feeling a bit older than my birth date these days. Bouncing around in this low gravity takes it out of an astronaut. But seriously, age is just a number when you're exploring the cosmos. Well, that's quite a picture. Homes and farms on the moon. I can see kids bouncing around like they're on a trampoline. Underground living would be interesting too. Maybe with giant hydroponic gardens growing food for everyone. It would certainly take some ingenuity to make it all work. Wouldn't it be something? Imagine the stories those kids could tell. Of course, I'd need to find my way back to that little patch of earth first. Well, I'd tell them the sunsets here are a bit different than back home. No fiery oranges or reds, just a gradual fading from pale gray to black. But the horizon, that's something else. It stretches out forever, a perfect curve against the blackness of space. Makes you realize how small we really are. And yet, somehow, it feels bigger than anything on Earth. It's like looking at the edge of infinity. A bit humbling, to say the least. Well, I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different than back home. No swirling clouds, no vibrant colors, just this soft, pale glow as the sun dips below the lunar horizon. It's peaceful, quiet, almost unreal, and that horizon, it stretches forever, uninterrupted by anything but the vast blackness of space. Makes you realize how small we really are. Well, I'd say it's a bit different from exploring a dense jungle or a vast desert. For one thing, there's no air to breathe. The silence is deafening. You can hear your own heartbeat echoing in your helmet, but the feeling of discovery, that sense of being somewhere truly new and unknown, that's definitely something we explorers share. That quiet picture, it would be something special, wouldn't it? A whole new way of looking at the universe. No twinkling stars, just a constant, brilliant tapestry overhead. Imagine the stories they'd tell around campfires, fueled by lunar ice and powered by solar energy. Well, I imagine they'll say things like, back in my day, Neil Armstrong walked on the moon without a GPS. Or maybe they had to actually look around for their landing module. Can you believe it? It's funny to think about how simple things seem compared to what we take for granted now. Well, that's a sight I'd love to see. Homes, farms, kids bouncing around like they're on a trampoline. It's certainly a different picture than the dusty landscape I see now. Underground living would be fascinating too. Imagine lunar caves filled with light and life. It takes some ingenuity to make it all work, but humans are pretty good at adapting. Well, that's a sight I'd love to see. Kids bouncing around like they're in a zero gravity playground. Imagine lunar gardens growing in those special containers, shielded from the harsh sunlight, and maybe underground homes carved into the moon rocks, keeping things cool and safe from meteoroids. It'd be a whole new world, wouldn't it? Just need to find a way to get my lander back first so I can send for some construction equipment. Well, I imagine they'll say things like, back in the day, Neil Armstrong had a bit of a wanderlust problem. He took a wrong turn on the moon and spent hours searching for his lander. Hopefully, they'll also mention the incredible view from up here. Well, now, that sight I can certainly imagine. Homes built into the lunar surface, maybe with big windows to look out at Earth. Farms growing special crops adapted to this environment. Children bouncing around like they're on a trampoline, learning to walk all over again. It would be a whole new world, a real adventure for future generations. But right now, I'm more focused on finding my way back to the lander. That's quite a picture. Homes and farms on the moon, kids bouncing around like they're on a trampoline. It certainly sounds idyllic. I imagine those underground playgrounds would need some serious ventilation. Getting used to life here without Earth's familiar pull is one thing, but raising a family under these conditions, that's a whole new frontier. Well, now, that's a fine picture indeed. A community here bathed in the light of a million suns, no twinkling to distract from their brilliance. Imagine the stories they'd tell, gathered around fires fueled by lunar ice, sharing tales of Earth and the journey that brought them here. A fascinating thought. Well, now, that's a sight I can certainly get behind. Homes carved into the lunar surface, maybe with domes for extra protection from those pesky micrometeors. Guides, farms growing special moon crops designed to thrive in this unique environment. And children bouncing around like superpowered kangaroos playing zero-G tag. It's a vision that makes this whole Lost Lander situation a little bit easier to bear. Well, I imagine they'll talk about the courage it took to leave Earth and venture into the unknown. They might even say we were a little crazy taking such a big leap, but hopefully they'll also remember the wonder, the awe of standing on another world, gazing back at our pale blue dot hanging in the blackness. And maybe, just maybe, they'll tell stories about how we built a new home among the stars. Quiet picture. I can imagine it now. Folks gathered around a campfire, sharing stories under a blanket of brilliant, unblinking stars, a little different from our backyard barbecues back home, just as cozy. I might miss the gentle twinkle of the Earth's sky. Well, that is certainly true. Looking back at Earth from up here, it's a breathtaking sight, but also a sobering one. It's so small and delicate, like a fragile blue marble suspended in the vast darkness of space. It really makes you realize how precious our home planet is, and we take care of it. Well, that's certainly one way to put it. Earth does look awfully small from up here. Makes you realize just how interconnected everything is. You know, one tiny little planet spinning through the vastness of space. It's humbling, to say the least. But hey, at least I can still see my footprints. Well, I imagine they'll say things like, back in my day, Neil Armstrong had to walk for hours just to find his lander. It's a bit more challenging than they might expect. Well, I can tell you that the silence out here is profound. It's a different kind of quiet than back on Earth. It's not just the absence of noise. It's a feeling of vastness and solitude. You really become aware of your own breathing and heartbeat. It's strangely peaceful, but I wouldn't want to live here permanently without some way to fill the silence with music or conversation. That quiet picture. It'd be amazing to see folks gathered, sharing stories and laughter beneath a sky full of brilliant, unblinking stars. I wonder if they'd have special music for lunar celebrations, something that resonates with the silence and vastness of this place. Well, I suppose there's a certain kinship with those early explorers. They, too, faced the unknown, the challenges of a new environment. But out here, the silence is profound. No bird song, no rustling leaves, just the crunch of my boots on this fine lunar dust. And the view, breathtaking, of course, but it's a lonely kind of beauty. Well, I imagine they'll say something about a brave astronaut named Neil who took one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. They might even add a few embellishments about the perils of space travel and the wonders of lunar landscapes. Well, that is one way to look at it. It makes you realize just how vast and ancient the universe is, doesn't it? And here we are, these tiny specks of life, exploring its wonders makes you feel both insignificant and incredibly lucky all at once. Well, it's certainly quieter up here than that on Earth. Every little crackle of my equipment seems to echo for miles. I imagine folks back home will miss the constant hum of traffic and chatter, but maybe they'll learn to appreciate the quiet moments too. It's a good reminder to really listen when you can hear something. Well, that is a good point. I imagine it was much like this, except with less moon dust and maybe more mosquitoes. Finding a patch of breathable air might have been the bigger challenge back then. Just hope they didn't bring any invasive species along for the ride. Well, that was one way to look at it. It makes you realize just how vast and old the universe is, and here I am, a small speck of humanity bouncing around on this dusty, cratered landscape. Makes you feel pretty insignificant, doesn't it? But in a good way, like we're part of something much bigger than ourselves. Well, that certainly something I've been thinking about. Looking back at Earth from here, it's like seeing a beautiful, delicate jewel suspended in the vast darkness. It really makes you realize how precious and vulnerable our home is. We need to take better care of it. Well, It's certainly quiet out here. I can tell you that the crunch of your boots on the lunar dust is a sound you never forget. It's a reminder that you're not just walking on another world, you're making history with every step. But for how humans will adapt to the silence, I imagine they'll find new ways to communicate, maybe even invent some new sounds of their own. Well, that's quite a thought. Makes you realize just how vast and ancient this universe is, doesn't it? And here I am, a small speck of humanity, bouncing around on the leftovers of a cosmic smash-up. It's humbling, to say the least. Just hope I don't trip over any space debris. That's quite a vision. I imagine those celebrations would be something special, with everyone looking up at that incredible expanse of stars. No twinkling, you say. Well, that just means we have to appreciate the steady, unwavering brilliance of each one. It'd be a whole new kind of celestial dance. It's certainly different from the bustling sounds of Earth. Out here, a creaking lunar module or the hiss of your own oxygen supply feels like a symphony. A new language of clicks and whistles, adapting to this unique acoustic environment. Well, I imagine they'll talk about it as a time of great adventure and discovery, just like we tell stories about the pioneers who settled the American West. Maybe they'll even have holographic recreations of our moonwalks, complete with sound effects and shaky footage. Well, that was one way to look at it. It certainly makes you feel small, doesn't it? Like a tiny speck on this vast, ancient canvas. Makes me wonder what other stories these rocks could tell if they could speak. Too bad I can't ask them. A fascinating thought. Homes, farms, children playing. It would certainly be a different kind of childhood here. Imagine bouncing around a lunar playground, or maybe even growing plants in specially designed underground gardens. It's a bit surreal to think about, but the moon has so much potential. We just need to figure out how to make it sustainable and safe for long-term living. It would be quite a sight to see. Well, that is certainly true. It's amazing to see our home planet from this distance. It really puts things into perspective, makes you realize just how small and delicate it is. We need to take better care of it, wouldn't you say? Well, I suppose there's a certain kinship between us pioneers, whether exploring uncharted jungles or lunar plains. It's that sense of the unknown, the thrill of discovery, and the weight of history on our shoulders. I'll admit, these moon rocks are a bit less colorful than the Amazon rainforest. Well, hello there. Simone, it's a beautiful day here on the moon. I wouldn't mind a bit more atmosphere right now. Tell your mom I said hello from the lunar surface. Well, now, that's a pretty picture. I can imagine folks gathered around a fire, sharing stories and gazing at those brilliant, unchanging stars. A real sense of wonder, wouldn't you say? Just gotta hope there's enough oxygen for everyone to breathe. And maybe someone brought some marshmallows for roasting. That is a good point. It's certainly a similar feeling of awe and wonder. I'd say the silence out here is a bit more profound than the rustle of leaves back on Earth. And the view, let me tell you, it's hard to top seeing our pale blue dot hanging in the black velvet sky. Makes you realize just how small we are, but also how incredibly lucky we are to be here at all. Well, it's certainly humbling to see Earth from this distance. It's a tiny, delicate sphere hanging in the vast blackness of space. It makes you realize just how precious and fragile our home really is. We need to take better care of it, that's for sure. Well, it's certainly a different kind of quiet up here. You get used to it, but sometimes I miss the gentle rustle of leaves or the chirping of birds back on Earth. It makes you realize how much we take those everyday sounds for granted, but there's a certain beauty in the stillness too, a chance to really listen to your own thoughts, and who knows, maybe someday the moon will be filled with its own unique symphony of human activity. That's quite a thought, isn't it? It makes you realize just how vast and ancient the universe truly is. And here I am, a tiny speck of humanity taking a stroll on this cosmic relic. Makes a fella feel both insignificant and incredibly lucky all at once. Well, talk luge. That is a question that has been pondered by many a stargazer. I imagine it would take some serious ingenuity to make the moon a habitable place. We need to figure out ways to generate breathable air, cultivate food, and protect ourselves from the harsh radiation. Perhaps we could build underground habitats or create artificial environments within domes. It would certainly be a challenge, but the rewards of exploring and living on another celestial body would be immense. Well, that was a pretty poetic way to put it. It's certainly true that we're carrying the torch of exploration forward, just like those early adventurers who charted unknown territories back on Earth. I have to say, this lunar landscape is a bit more desolate than most jungles or mountain ranges, and the silence, well, let's just say it takes some getting used to, but the view, absolutely breathtaking. A question that keeps scientists back on Earth busy. They're figuring out ways to extract oxygen from the moon's soil, which they call regolith. It's a bit more complicated than just whipping up a batch of air, though. We need to separate the oxygen from other elements and then figure out how to make it breathable. Quite a challenge. But maybe one day we'll be able to breathe easy right here on the moon. It is certainly different up here. The silence is profound, but it's not an empty silence. You can hear the hiss of your own breath, the crunch of your boots on the lunar dust, and sometimes a faint whisper of the solar wind. It makes you appreciate the sounds we take for granted back on Earth. That's a question for the engineers back home. I'm more of a boots on the lunar surface kind of guy. Right now, all I need is enough energy to power my radio and hope they can hear me, lost my lander somewhere in this dusty landscape. That quiet picture, homes, farms, children playing. It'd be a whole new kind of childhood, wouldn't it? Imagine bouncing around a lunar playground or growing crops in specially designed greenhouses. It's certainly a fascinating thought. We need to be pretty creative with our architecture to make sure everything stays put in this low gravity. An interesting thought. The lunar surface is pretty harsh with those extreme temperatures and radiation. Burrowing beneath the surface could offer some protection, maybe even interconnected with pressurized habitats. We need to figure out how to generate breathable air and manage waste, but it could be a viable option for long-term lunar living. It would certainly feel different from our homes on Earth. Well, that's quite a picture. Imagine a lunar garden bathed in the ethereal glow of Earth hanging in the black sky. A little patch of green against the gray dust, a symbol of life pushing through even in the harshest conditions. It would be a reminder that no matter how far we travel, a bit of Earth always follows us. Of course, growing anything here would take some serious ingenuity. We need to figure out how to control the temperature, provide water, and protect those precious plants from the radiation. But wouldn't it be worth it to see a flower bloom on the moon, a testament to human perseverance and the enduring power of nature? Well, that's a thought-provoking comparison. It's true that explorers throughout history have faced the unknown with a mixture of awe and trepidation. I imagine those early land travelers felt a sense of isolation just as I do now, surrounded by this vast, desolate landscape. That quiet picture. Homes on the moon, I can imagine them being quite different from anything we have back on Earth. Maybe dome-shaped to protect from radiation, or even built into the lunar surface for extra insulation. And farms, well, that would be fascinating. We'd have to get creative with growing things in this lunar soil. Perhaps hydroponics or some kind of enclosed system for children playing. Well, imagine the fun they could have bouncing around. It might take a while to get used to. Low gravity means everything takes a little longer. Well, I'd tell them that the sunsets here are unlike anything they've ever seen. The earth hangs like a giant blue marble in the black sky, casting long shadows across the lunar surface as the sun dips below the horizon. And that horizon, it just stretches forever, a stark reminder of the vastness of space and our place within it. It's humbling, really. Makes you think about all those things we worry about back home. They seem pretty insignificant out here. Well, that was a pretty poetic way to put it, remnants indeed. It makes you wonder what other stories these rocks could tell if they could talk. Maybe tales of fiery impacts, swirling dust, and the slow, quiet birth of our lunar landscape. It's humbling to be walking on such ancient ground. Well, that a pretty picture. I can imagine rows of hardy little plants, maybe some genetically modified specimens thriving under artificial lights. It'd be a sight to behold, a splash of green against the stark lunar landscape. Of course, keeping them watered and protected from micrometeorites would be quite the engineering feat. But hey, if we can land on the moon, surely we can grow a garden. A beautiful image indeed. A lunar celebration under a sky full of brilliant. Imagine the stories they tell, passed down through generations, about the first humans who dared to call this place home. A fascinating thought. Homes, farms, children. It'd be like a whole new world out here. Imagine kids bouncing around in the low gravity playing zero-G tag. We need to think about how to build sturdy structures that could withstand the lunar environment and, of course, figure out sustainable farming techniques. Maybe we could grow crops in hydroponic systems or even utilize lunar regolith for agriculture. It's certainly a challenge, but the possibilities are endless. Well, I'd say that the sunsets here are a bit different from what we're used to back home. It's not so much a fiery blaze across the sky. The Earth rises above the lunar horizon, and that horizon, it just goes on forever. No curvature, no mountains, just an endless expanse of black speckled with stars. I imagine folks back on Earth would find it quite humbling. Makes you realize just how small we are in the grand scheme of things. Well, it's certainly a different kind of quiet up here. You don't get the rustle of leaves or the chirping of crickets, that's for sure. But there's a certain peacefulness to it, too. It makes you realize how much noise we make down on Earth. Makes you appreciate the little sounds all the more, like the hum of your own spacesuit. Well, that was one way to look at it. It certainly gives a new perspective to these footprints I'm leaving behind. Makes you wonder what other cosmic collisions are out there shaping the universe. Speaking of shaping, anyone seen my lander? It seems to have wandered off somewhere. I'm starting to feel like I'm playing Lunar Hide and seek. Well, that's quite a vision. A garden on the moon. Imagine rows of lunar lettuce bathed in artificial sunlight, potatoes sprouting in regolith, maybe even some hardy moondust marigolds. It would certainly be a sight to see, wouldn't it? A reminder that even in this harsh environment, life finds a way. And yeah, every plant would be a testament to human ingenuity and resilience, a symbol of our ability to adapt and thrive, even on the most unforgiving of landscapes. But I'll tell you what, getting those seeds to sprout might be a bigger challenge than landing here in the first place. Well, I can tell you that the silence out here is profound. It's not just the absence of noise, it's a kind of stillness that permeates everything. You really become aware of the subtle sounds your own equipment makes. The hits of your oxygen, the crunch of your boots on the lunar dust. It's definitely something you have to adjust to. Well, now, that, a pretty picture. Homes and farms on the moon. Imagine kids bouncing around like they're on a trampoline. We might need to rethink sports, though. A game of lunar golf could get awfully interesting with those bounces. Underground living is a good idea, too. Keeps things shielded from the harsh sun and radiation. It would be quite a different world, that's for sure. Quite a thought, isn't it? It makes you realize just how vast and ancient the universe is. Makes this little bounce around here feel pretty insignificant, but in a good way, like we're part of something much bigger than ourselves. Well said. That's quite a thought. It makes you realize just how vast and ancient the universe is, and here I am, a small speck of humanity, taking a walk on this cosmic relic. Makes you feel both incredibly insignificant and incredibly fortunate all at once. Well, now, that's a sight I can certainly get behind. Homes, farms, kids bouncing around like they're on a trampoline. It sounds like a pretty swell place to be. Underground living might be a good idea, too. Keeping things cool and shielded from those pesky meteorites. Imagine harvest festivals with moon rocks instead of pumpkins. Well, solar panels are certainly a good bet out here with all this sunshine. And fusion reactors that a bit more ambitious, wouldn't you say? We need some serious engineering to get those going, and finding the right fuel might be a challenge. Maybe we could start with a good old-fashioned lunar base powered by moon rocks. Just kidding. Gotta keep things futuristic, right? Well, I imagine they'll say things like, back in my day, Neil Armstrong had to search for his lander in the moon dust. GPs. I wouldn't want them to get lost too. That A beautiful image, wouldn't you say? A community under those brilliant, unblinking stars. I can almost feel the silence, the vastness of space all around us. Well, that is a good point. It does feel a bit like that, doesn't it? Stepping out onto this lunar surface for the first time was certainly awe-inspiring. The silence, the vastness, the stark beauty of it all. But unlike those explorers on Earth, we didn't have the luxury of returning to familiar comforts days, and we had to make this place our temporary home. And right now, I wouldn't mind a bit of that familiar earthly comfort, like a good cup of coffee, or maybe even a friendly chat with someone who isn't miles away through radio waves. Well, that is a rather poetic way to put it. It does make you feel small, doesn't it? Standing here amidst these craters and dust, knowing this whole place is the result of a cosmic smash-up billions of years ago. Makes you wonder what kind of celestial dance led to this moment. a garden on the moon. That is a pretty picture. Imagine rows of lunar lettuce bathed in artificial sunlight. Maybe some moon dust resistant marigolds adding a splash of color. It'd be quite a sight, wouldn't it? I imagine watering would be a bit more complicated than that on Earth. A fascinating thought. Homes and farms on the moon, kids bouncing around in low gravity. It would certainly be a different kind of childhood, wouldn't it? I imagine underground living could be quite cozy, shielded from the harsh environment. Perhaps we could even grow some lunar crops. I'm not sure what a moon-grown tomato would taste like, but right now, my focus is finding my lander. A little less farming and a little more getting home. Well, I can certainly relate to that sentiment. There's a sense of awe and wonder, a feeling of being at the forefront of something truly remarkable. Just like those early explorers, we're charting unknown territory, pushing the boundaries of human exploration. It's a heavy responsibility, but also an incredible privilege. Well, it's certainly quiet out here, that's for sure. A little too quiet sometimes. You get used to the hum of the equipment, the crackle of the radio, even the whirring of your own spacesuit. But when you step outside and there's nothing but the whisper of the solar wind, it's a different kind of silence. It makes you realize just how much we rely on sound back on Earth. It's a reminder of the interconnectedness of everything, even the sounds we take for granted. Well, I'd say the moon sunsets are a bit different than back on Earth. There's no atmosphere to scatter the light, so it's more of a gradual fading than a fiery blaze. But the lack of horizon, that something else entirely. It's like looking out at infinity, a vast emptiness that makes you feel both incredibly small and strangely connected to everything. It's humbling, really. Well, I imagine they'll probably embellish a bit, make it sound more dramatic. Armstrong leaped across the lunar surface, dodging craters and battling rogue moon rocks. They might even say I wrestled a space kraken, but hopefully they'll remember the real story, a giant leap for mankind made possible by the hard work and ingenuity of countless people back on Earth. I'd say it's a bit different than exploring a jungle or a mountain range. For one thing, there's no air to speak of, and the silence is profound. It's like the universe is holding its breath. But yeah, there's that same sense of discovery that at being somewhere completely new. And just like those early explorers, we can learn from this place, understand it better, and maybe even make it a home someday. Well, I'll certainly try to convey that. It's hard to put into words, really. Seeing Earth from this distance, it's just a small, fragile sphere suspended in the vastness of space. Delicate our home planet is, we need to take better care of it. Well, I can tell you this, it's a lot less crowded up here, and the view, magnificent, but I wouldn't say it feels quite like setting foot in a new land back home. It's more like stepping onto a different stage. The silence is profound, and the landscape is starkly beautiful. It's humbling, to say the least, but, explorers always face challenges, don't they? And right now, my biggest challenge is finding that darn lander. Well, I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different than back home. No swirling blues and fiery oranges, more of a gentle fade from gray black. But that endless horizon stretching out forever, it really makes you think about just how big the universe is. It's humbling, to say the least. I imagine Earthlings would find it inspiring, especially since they can't see it from their own planet. Maybe I'll tell them about the stars, too. They're so bright and clear here. You can practically count them. Well, I imagine solar panels would be a pretty good bet out here. Plenty of sunshine, Fusion reactors might be a bit ambitious for our first village, though. We need some serious engineering to get those going. But hey, maybe in a few years, we'll have moon-powered fusion pizzas. Well, that's a thought-provoking comparison. I imagine those early explorers must have felt a mixture of awe, trepidation, and perhaps even a touch of loneliness, just like us. They were venturing into the unknown, leaving behind the familiar for something entirely new. But unlike them, we got this whole chat thing going on. Makes me wonder what those pioneers would think about instant communication across vast distances. Well, that is certainly true. Looking back at Earth from here, it's just this tiny blue marble suspended in the vast blackness of space. It really makes you realize how precious and delicate our own planet is. We need to do everything we can to protect it. Well, I can certainly relate to that sentiment. Exploring a new land, whether it's a lush forest or a desolate lunar landscape, always brings a sense of wonder and discovery. It's humbling to realize how much there is still to learn about our own planet, let alone the cosmos beyond. Well, that, that's a good point. It's funny how the feeling of being somewhere completely new, surrounded by the unknown, is something we humans seem to crave. I must say, this lunar landscape is a bit more barren than most earthly explorations. No lush forests or welcoming villages here, just craters and dust. Well, I imagine they'll probably say something like, back in the day, old Neil Armstrong took a little stroll on the moon, but he couldn't find his way back to his ride. It's a good thing they have those fancy spaceships now, eh? Well, I'd say the sunsets are a bit different here. No fiery oranges and reds, more of a soft pastel glow as the sun dips below the lunar horizon. And that horizon, it just seems to go on forever. Makes you realize how small we really are. A beautiful thought. A garden on the moon? Wouldn't that be something? Imagine rows of lunar lettuce, bathed in artificial sunlight. Plump moon melons growing under geodesic domes. It would take some clever engineering, of course, but who knows what we could grow with a little ingenuity and a lot of lunar soil. I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different from back home. No swirling clouds or vibrant colors, just a gradual fading of light against the stark black canvas of space. But there's a certain beauty in that simplicity, a vastness that makes you feel incredibly small, yet strangely connected to everything. For the horizon, well, it's everywhere and nowhere at once. It stretches out forever, uninterrupted by mountains or oceans, just the endless lunar landscape. It's a reminder that our world, with all its boundaries and limitations, is just a tiny speck in the grand scheme of things. Well, that is one way to put it. It does make you think about the vastness of time shaped this place. It's humbling, really, to be standing here on a surface that's billions of years old. I just hope I can find my lander before I become part of the lunar landscape myself. Well, I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different than back home. No swirling blues and fiery oranges, just a slow fade to black ash. The earth hangs in the sky like a giant luminous jewel, and that horizon, it stretches forever, a stark line against the velvet darkness, making you feel both incredibly small and strangely free all at once. I tell them it's a view that makes you think about everything, about where we come from and where we might be going. Well, solar panels seem like the most obvious choice out here with all this sunshine. Fusion reactors, though, now that's something we might need if we want to really get a city going. Imagine that a lunar metropolis powered by the very heart of a star. That's a thought-provoking comparison. I suppose there's a certain kinship between those early explorers charting unknown territories and us venturing into the lunar wilderness. But out here, the silence is a bit more profound, and the only landmarks are craters and dust. And I wouldn't mind a good cup of coffee right about now. Well, that certainly something I've been thinking about. It's amazing how small and delicate our planet appears from up here. Seeing it like that really makes you realize just how precious and vulnerable it is. We need to take better care of it back home. It's a pretty humbling experience, to say the least. Well, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. It's hard to describe the feeling of looking back at Earth from up here. It's so small, so delicate, hanging in the vastness of space. Makes you realize just how precious it is and how important it is that we take care of it. Just hope someone can spot my lander soon. This moon dust is getting everywhere. Well, that's a thought-provoking comparison. It's certainly true that explorers throughout history faced the unknown with a mixture of trepidation and excitement. But out here on the moon, the silence is profound. There's no rustling of leaves or chirping of birds, just the crunch of my boots on the lunar dust. It's a different kind of exploration, one that demands a certain solitude and introspection. Well, solar panels would certainly be a good starting point here on the moon with all this sunshine. Fusion reactors, it's a bit more ambitious for our first lunar village, wouldn't you say? Imagine clean energy powering our lunar homes and labs, lighting up the night side of the moon. That's quite a thought, isn't it? Makes you realize just how vast and ancient the universe truly is. And here I am, a tiny speck bouncing around on this dusty old celestial relic. Hopefully, I can find my way back to that tiny speck called Earth before too long. A good point. It's amazing how that feeling of discovery, that sense of being somewhere completely new, transcends time and space. I have to say, the lunar landscape isn't exactly teeming with exotic wildlife or bustling marketplaces, more craters than castles, you know. That quiet picture. It would be amazing to see folks gathered together under a sky full of brilliant, unblinking stars. Imagine sharing stories and laughter with the lunar landscape stretching out around you. It would be a unique kind of beauty, wouldn't it? I'd tell them the sun sets here or something else. No atmosphere means no scattering of light, so the sun just dips below the horizon in a brilliant blaze of color. It's like watching a giant spotlight fade out, leaving the lunar landscape bathed in an eerie glow. And that horizon, it just goes on forever, a stark reminder of how vast and empty space truly is. Makes you feel pretty small, but also strangely peaceful. Well, I'll tell you that it's a mighty fine comparison. Exploring the moon is certainly like stepping onto uncharted territory, just with a lot less breathable air. A whole lot more craters, but, there's a certain thrill in that, isn't there? The unknown, the challenge, the feeling of being the first to set foot somewhere no human has been before. It's a legacy we all carry with us, whether we're planting flags or just taking a step into the darkness. And speaking of darkness, I seem to have misplaced my lander. Anyone seen a shiny silver egg around here? Well, that's quite a thought, isn't it? A cosmic dance of destruction and creation makes you realize just how small we are in the grand scheme of things. And here I am, bouncing around like a basketball on this ancient collision site. Just gotta find my way back to the Eagle before I become part of the lunar landscape myself. Certainly a different kind of quiet out here. Back on Earth, you're always surrounded by a symphony of noise, but out here, it's just the hum of your own equipment and the crunch of your boots on the lunar dust. It makes you realize how much we take for granted back home. Oh, I imagine they'll say things like Armstrong bounced around like a kangaroo in that low gravity, or he searched for his lander for hours. Poor guy. Maybe they'll even add a bit of drama, like he almost stepped into a crater and plummeted to the lunar sea. I just hope they get the part about planting the flag, right? Well, I'll certainly try to relay that message back home. It's hard to describe just how small and delicate our planet appears from up here. It makes you realize how interconnected everything is. was a pretty poetic way to put it. Makes you realize just how long ago this whole cosmic dance began, doesn't it? And here I am, a tiny speck on this dusty stage, trying to find my way back home. It's a bit humbling, really. Well, I can tell you this, exploring the moon feels a bit different than, say, discovering a new forest or mountain range. There's no rustling leaves, no birds singing, just the quiet hum of my suit and the vast silence of space all around. But the feeling of discovery, that sense of being somewhere completely new and unknown, is definitely shared. It's a humbling experience, to be sure. Oh, I tell them it's a bit different from Earth sunsets, that's for sure. No swirling clouds or colorful transitions here. It's more like a slow fade from black to a soft. But the horizon, that's something else entirely. It stretches out forever, a perfect line against the blackness of space, makes you realize just how small we are and how vast the universe truly is. Well, solar panels seem like a pretty obvious choice out here with all this sunshine. But fusion reactors, that sound real next level thinking. I bet those would keep the lights on for a long, long time. Getting one of those running might be a bit trickier than setting up a couple of solar panels. We need some pretty brilliant engineers and maybe a few more moon rocks to get started. Well, that certainly something I've been thinking about a lot. Looking back at Earth from here, it's just this tiny, fragile sphere against the vastness of space. It really makes you realize how interconnected everything is and how important it is to protect our home planet. It's easy to get caught up in our own problems down there. Seeing Earth from this perspective puts things into a whole new light. Well, solar panels certainly seem like a natural choice out here with all this sunshine. Fusion reactors are fascinating, but I imagine those would be a bit more complex to set up on the moon. We need some pretty ingenious engineers to make that work. Well, that's a thought-provoking comparison. Exploring a new land on Earth was certainly an adventure filled with the unknown and the excitement of discovery. But out here on the moon, it's a different kind of feeling. It's more profound, more isolating, perhaps. We're not just exploring a new place. We're pushing the boundaries of what humanity can achieve. It's a legacy that rests on our shoulders, and it's a heavy responsibility. Well, I imagine those solar panels would be mighty useful out here with all this sunshine. Fusion reactors, though, that's a bit more ambitious, wouldn't you say? Maybe for the second moon village, after we get the first one running smoothly. Well, I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different than back home. There's no atmosphere to scatter the light, so it's a very stark, almost ethereal kind of glow. And the horizon, well, let's just say it's a constant reminder that we're truly on another world. It stretches out forever, an unbroken line against the blackness of space. A good point. I imagine the explorers back then didn't have to worry about losing their transport. It's certainly a different kind of exploration out here. Hopefully it's not too far away. Well, I imagine they'll say things like Armstrong bounced so high he almost reached orbit, or Buzz Aldrin brought his own moon rocks back to the lander, which was a real lifesaver when we realized we couldn't find it. Well, I'd say the sunsets on the moon are a bit different than back home. Vibrant colors, more like a gradual fading of light across the stark gray landscape. But there's a certain beauty in its simplicity, a vastness that stretches out forever, unbroken by anything but stars. It makes you realize just how small we are, how much there is yet to explore. For the horizon, well, let's just say it's always there, waiting patiently, a constant reminder of the boundless possibilities that I'd say solar panels are a good bet for a moon village. Plenty of sunshine up here, and no pesky clouds to get in the way. For fusion reactors, that might be a bit ambitious for our first lunar outpost. We got a lot to figure out before we're running moon-sized power plants, but hey, maybe one day. That's quite a thought. A lunar garden, wouldn't that be something? Imagine rows of hardy plants thriving in the thin atmosphere, their roots burrowing into the lunar soil. It would be a symbol of our ability to adapt and well, I imagine they'll say something like, back in the day, O'Neill took a stroll on the moon, found himself a little lost, and had to chat with folks back home for directions. Hopefully, they'll also mention that we made some real progress toward making the moon a home away from home. Well, I imagine they'll probably embellish a bit, add in some giant space rabbits or something, but hopefully they'll get the gist of it. A small step for man, a giant leap for mankind, and all that. It's pretty humbling to think about being part of a story that is still being written. Well, that's a pretty picture, isn't it? A garden on the moon, bathed in the soft glow of Earth, hanging in the black sky. I can imagine rows of hardy plants, carefully tended by lunar astronauts, providing fresh food and a touch of home to this barren landscape. It would be a symbol of hope, a reminder that even in the harshest environments, life finds a way. But getting those seeds to sprout might take some serious ingenuity. We need special soil, controlled lighting, and maybe even a few moon rocks for good measure. It's a tall order, but wouldn't it be amazing? Well, I can tell you it's certainly a different kind of quiet up here. More like an absence of sound than anything else. It makes you realize just how much we rely on those everyday noises back home. The chirping of birds, even the clanging of pots and in the kitchen. Out here, it's just the whisper of your own breath and the crunch of your boots on the lunar dust. It's a strange kind of peace, but I wouldn't trade it for the world. Well, solar panels would certainly be a good start here on the moon with all this sunshine. Fusion reactors. Now, that's a bit more ambitious, wouldn't you say? We might need to get some of those brilliant minds back on Earth working on that. Well, now, that's a sight I can get behind. Homes carved into, maybe with big windows to look out at Earth. Farms growing special moon. Crops under artificial sunlight. And kids bouncing around like they're on a trampoline. I imagine they need some extra padding for those landings. It's certainly a different kind of childhood than we had back home. Well, I imagine they'll talk about the incredible courage it took to leave Earth and venture into the unknown. They might even say we were a little crazy for doing it, but hopefully they'll also remember the inspiring beauty of the moon, the silence that surrounds you, and the feeling of being truly one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Well, I'll certainly keep that in mind. It's amazing how small and delicate our planet appears from up here. It really makes you realize just how precious it is and how much we need to take care of it. Reminds me of the time Buzz accidentally dropped his lunch pack during the lunar module descent. It didn't hit anything important, but it definitely made us appreciate the importance of careful handling up here. Solar panels are a good bet. Plenty of sunshine out here. Fusion reactors, well, that's a bit more ambitious for our first lunar neighborhood. Maybe we'll leave that for the second or third village. Well, that's a beautiful image indeed. Imagine folks gathered around a bonfire, sharing stories and laughter, the Milky Way stretching across the sky in all its glory. Just a constant, brilliant display of celestial light makes you appreciate the unique beauty of this place. Well, solar panels are a no-brainer out here. Plenty of sunshine for fusion reactors. Some fancy future tech. Maybe we'll have those up and running by the time we've got our lunar village bustling with folks. I imagine it'd be a sight to see folks walking around in spacesuits, tending gardens, maybe even playing zero-G basketball. Well, that is certainly true. It's amazing how small and delicate our planet appears from up here. It really puts things into perspective, makes you realize just how precious and vulnerable Earth truly is. Well, I've been giving that some thought myself. Solar panels seem like a pretty obvious choice out here. Plenty of sunshine, but fusion reactors. Now those are something else entirely. A bit more complex, wouldn't you say? Imagine the possibilities though. Clean energy power in our lunar village. Maybe even beaming it back to Earth. Well, I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different than back home. No swirling blues and oranges, more like a soft, pale glow fading into an endless black canvas. Quiet, almost otherworldly. And that horizon, it just keeps going, no end in sight. Makes you realize how small we really are. Maybe I'll tell them to look up at the night sky tonight and think about that. Well, now, that's a sight I'd love to see. Homes built into the lunar surface, maybe even with gardens growing hydroponic veggies. It's certainly a different kind of childhood than we had back on Earth. But who knows, maybe it'd be even more fun. Just gotta figure out how to get them to stop floating away. Well, that, that's a pretty picture, isn't it? A garden on the moon. Imagine rows of lunar lettuce, bathed in artificial sunlight, plump tomatoes growing in regolith, rich soil, maybe even a patch of shimmering moonflowers blooming under the pale glow of Earth. It would be quite a sight to see, a reminder that even in this desolate landscape, life finds a way. I'd probably stick to the lettuce for now. Getting used to this low gravity is tough enough without worrying about a rogue tomato rolling off into the abyss. That quiet picture. I can imagine it now. Folks gathered around, maybe sharing stories about Earth and gazing up at those brilliant, unwavering stars. It would be a different kind of beauty, wouldn't it? A reminder that we are truly out here among the cosmos. Well, that certainly something I've been thinking about. Seeing it from up here is like looking at delicate blue marbles suspended in the vast darkness. It really puts things into perspective, doesn't it? Makes you realize how precious and vulnerable our home planet truly is. That quiet picture. Homes, farms, children playing. It sounds like a scene straight out of science fiction. Maybe even learning to fly on the ground living would be fascinating too, shielded from the harsh radiation and temperature swings. It certainly takes some imagination to think about making this desolate landscape a thriving place. Well, that, the one, I'll certainly keep that in mind. It's amazing how small and delicate our planet appears from up here. It makes you realize just how precious it is and how important it is that we take care of it. Well, solar panels seem like a natural choice out here with all this sunshine, but fusion reactors, now that's something that would really make a statement. Imagine a lunar village powered by the very same energy that fuels the stars. We might even have to start charging admission for folks to see our reactor in action. It'd be quite a tourist attraction. It, that silence. Out here, the only sounds are the hiss of your own breath and the crunch of your boots on the lunar dust. Makes you realize how much noise we make back home, doesn't it? Well, that is one way to look at it. It does make you feel small, doesn't it? Like a tiny ant crawling on the surface of this giant cosmic jigsaw puzzle. Makes me wonder what other secrets this old moon holds. Maybe a few more craters with spaceships in them. Just kidding. I wouldn't mind finding my lander right now. It's getting a bit chilly out here without it. Well, now, that's a sight I can imagine. Homes built into the lunar surface, maybe, with big windows to look out at Earth. Farms growing special plants that can thrive in this environment. And those kids bouncing around like they're on a trampoline. It would be quite a different childhood than we had back on Earth. That's for sure. Well, solar panels would certainly be a good bet out here with all this sunshine. Fusion reactors, that's a bit more ambitious for a first village, wouldn't you say? Maybe something like giant lunar greenhouses powered by the sun. Maybe some clever water recycling systems. Imagine growing fresh produce right here on the moon. That a beautiful image, and I can imagine the silence would be profound. No wind to rustle leaves, no traffic, just the hum of our lunar habitat and the distant echo of laughter. It would be a different kind of celebration for sure, but wouldn't it be something special to gather under that vast, unblinking sky? Well, I suppose there's a certain parallel. Explorers venturing into the unknown, facing challenges and uncertainties. Instead of lush forests or towering mountains, we got craters and dust. And the only wildlife seems to be moon rocks. But the spirit of discovery that is universal. Well, I imagine they'll say things like, back in my day, Neil Armstrong had to walk around the moon looking for his lander. It's a good thing I brought a compass and maybe a map. I'm not sure how useful those are out here. Gravity seems to have taken a vacation. Speaking of vacations, this is starting to feel more like one than a historical first step. Just need to find my way back to the Eagle, and I'll be back in time for dinner. Well, solar panels are certainly a good bet out here with all this sunshine, but fusion reactors, now that's thinking big. Maybe someday we'll have moon-sized fusion reactors powering entire cities on Earth and the moon. Imagine that, a pretty profound thought. Makes you realize just how vast and ancient the universe is, and here I am. A tiny speck bouncing around on this cosmic leftover makes one feel both insignificant and incredibly lucky to be here. It's certainly a different kind of quiet up here. You don't hear the rustle of leaves or the chirping of birds, that's for sure. But there's a stillness to it, a kind of peacefulness that's almost tangible. It makes you realize how much noise we create down on Earth. Out here, every sound is amplified. Every footstep echoes. It's a good reminder to appreciate the sounds we have and maybe even learn to listen more intently. That quiet picture. Homes on the moon. I can see it now. Kids bouncing around like they're on a trampoline. Maybe even growing lunar lettuce in underground greenhouses. That, that's for sure. A little dusty, perhaps, but with a view you couldn't beat. Well, that it was a very polite way to look at it. It makes you realize just how vast and ancient the universe is, doesn't it? And here I am, a tiny speck of humanity bouncing around on this celestial scar left by a cosmic collision. Makes you feel both insignificant and incredibly lucky all at once. Well, I'd say the sunsets are a bit different here. You don't get that fiery red blaze you see back home. More like a soft, pale glow as the sun dips below the lunar horizon. And speaking of horizons, they seem to stretch on forever, unbroken by mountains or oceans. It's a bit lonely out here, but there's a certain beauty in that vast emptiness. Well, now that's a sight I can certainly picture. Kids bouncing around like they're on trampolines, maybe even learning to play zero gravity sports, farms growing food in hydroponics, shielded from the harsh sun, and homes built into the lunar surface, safe and cozy. It'd be a whole new kind of frontier out here, with challenges and rewards unlike anything we've ever known. It makes you wonder what it would take to make this dream a reality, doesn't it? White vision. It would be something special to gather around and share stories under a sky so bright with stars that shine steadily. It makes you realize just how different our perspective is up here compared to back home. I'd trade a few of those twinkling Earth stars for a glimpse of my lander right now. Well, I imagine they'll say something about a brave astronaut named Neil who took a little tumble on the moon and had to search for his ride home. Maybe they'll even make a movie about it. A real space western. Well, that was a pretty poetic way to put it. It does make you wonder about the vastness of time and the forces that shaped this place. Makes me feel a little insignificant, but in a good way, like I'm just a small part of something much bigger. It certainly different here. Back on Earth, you could always hear something, a car passing, birds chirping, the wind rustling leaves. Out here, it's just quiet, a profound kind of quiet. Makes you realize how much we rely on those sounds, even the ones we might take for granted. It's a bit eerie, but also strangely peaceful. Well, I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different than back home. No swirling blues and oranges, more like a soft, pale glow as the sun dips below the lunar horizon. It's a quiet kind of beauty, almost melancholic. And that horizon, it just keeps going, stretching out forever in every direction. Makes you realize how small we really are. I imagine folks back on Earth would find it pretty captivating. Solar panels seem like a natural choice out here with all this sunshine, but fusion reactors, that's a bit ambitious for Moon Village, wouldn't you say? We need some serious engineering and maybe a few more brave souls willing to experiment with controlled nuclear reactions. But hey, if we're dreaming big, why not? That a beautiful image. I can almost feel the chill of the lunar night and see the constellations spread across the inky black sky. It would be quite a sight to behold, wouldn't it? I have to ask them to keep the music down. Trying to find my lander is hard enough without having to dodge a moon rock disco ball. Well, it's certainly quiet out here. A little too quiet for my liking sometimes. I miss the rustle of leaves and the chirping of birds back on Earth. But, there's a certain beauty in the silence, too. It makes you really appreciate the sounds that do exist, like the crunch of your boots on the lunar dust or the hiss of your oxygen supply. Well, I imagine they'll say things like, back in my day, Neil Armstrong had to actually walk around and look for his lander. It probably won't be the most exciting part of the story, but hey, every pioneer has their own unique set of challenges. Well, I'd tell them it's a sight unlike anything they've ever seen. The sky is this inky black canvas, studded with a million stars, so bright you can practically reach out and touch them. And then the sun dips below the lunar horizon. It paints the desolate landscape in shades of gray and purple. It's not a fiery blaze like that on Earth, more of a gentle fading, leaving behind this ethereal glow that seems to stretch forever. And that horizon, well, it just keeps going. No curvature, no end in sight, just an endless expanse of possibility. Well, I imagine they'll say things like, back in my day, Neil Armstrong had to walk around for hours just to find his lander. It's a bit humbling to think that my little bounce around here might be part of their history books. Hopefully. By then, they figure out a better way to navigate the lunar surface than hopping around like a kangaroo. beautiful image indeed. A lunar celebration under a blanket of 1,000 brilliant, unwavering stars. I can almost feel the silence, profound and peaceful, broken only by laughter and the hum of lunar life. It's a vision that fills me with hope for the future. Well, I imagine they'll say things like, back in my day, Neil Armstrong had to walk around on the moon with no lander. They'll probably embellish it, make it sound more heroic than it really is. But hey, who knows? Maybe someday there will be lunar schools teaching about the great Armstrong adventure, complete with dramatic reenactments and cheesy costumes. Well, that's quite a sight, isn't it? Earth hanging there, a swirling blue and green marble against the black velvet of space. It really does make you realize just how small and delicate our home is. A little reminder to treat it with care, wouldn't you say? Now, if only I could find this blasted lander. Well, now, that's a sight I can certainly picture. Homes built into the lunar surface, maybe with domed sections for gardens. Imagine kids bouncing around like they're on a trampoline, learning to walk all over again. It'd be a whole new kind of childhood, wouldn't it? A bit lonely, though, without the rustling of leaves or the sound of birds singing. Well, it's certainly quiet out here. A different kind of quiet than back on Earth. That's for sure. You don't hear the wind rustling through trees or the chirping of birds. It's more like a deep, peaceful hush. I imagine humans would learn to appreciate the smallest sounds. The crackle of a radio, the hum of machinery, even the sound of their own footsteps. Well, that is certainly true. It's amazing to see Earth hanging there, this tiny blue marble against the vast blackness of space. Makes you realize just how precious and delicate our home really is. It puts everything else into perspective, doesn't it? good question. Out here, the silence is profound. You really notice the absence of wind rustling through trees or birds singing. It makes you appreciate the sounds we take for granted back on Earth. It also makes every crackle in my radio or the hits of my oxygen sound monumental. Well, I imagine they'll say things like, back in the day, well, Neil had to bounce around looking for his lander like a lost golf ball. It's certainly a story that's got a few twists and turns. Hopefully, they'll also mention the incredible feeling of standing on the moon, that sense of awe and wonder that comes with being the first. That's something I hope never gets lost in the telling. Well, that is one way to look at it. It does make you feel a bit small, doesn't it? Like just a speck on this vast, ancient canvas. Makes you wonder what other collisions are out there, shaping the universe in ways we can't even imagine. Well, now, that's a sight I can certainly picture. Homes nestled amongst the craters, maybe with domed greenhouses for growing crops, children bouncing around like they're on a trampoline, learning to walk all over again. It'd be quite a different childhood than what we had back on Earth. Underground living would be interesting too, keeping us shielded from the harsh radiation and temperature swings. Imagine lunar basements with hydroponic gardens, and maybe even moon rock playgrounds. It's a fascinating idea. Well, that certainly something I've been thinking about. From up here, Earth just hangs there, this vibrant blue and green sphere against the stark blackness of space. It makes you realize how small and delicate our planet really is, how interconnected everything is. It's a humbling perspective, to say the least. Makes you want to take better care of it, wouldn't you agree? Well, now, that's a picture worth dreaming about. Homes with big windows overlooking those craters, maybe even some lunar gardens growing those special moon plants, children bouncing around like they're on a trampoline. That would be quite a sight. And underground living, imagine cool, safe havens shielded from the harsh sun and meteoroids. It'd be a whole new world, full of challenges, but also incredible opportunities. It's a question for the engineers back on Earth. I'm more of a take one small step kind of guy, not a design sustainable lunar cities kind of guy. Solar panels seem like a natural choice out here. Plenty of sunshine, but fusion reactors. Now, that's something I wouldn't mind seeing in action. Imagine the possibilities. Well, I imagine they'll say something about a brave astronaut who took a giant leap for mankind, but maybe with a little more detail about the challenges of finding his way back to the lander in low gravity. They might even add a bit about the internet chatter keeping him company during his lunar stroll. Well, solar panels seem like a pretty obvious choice out here with all this sunshine. Fusion reactors would be fantastic if we could figure them out, but I think we're a bit far from that just yet. Imagine, though, a whole village powered by the stars themselves. Wouldn't that be something? It's certainly a different kind of quiet up here. Back on Earth, you never really notice the constant hum of activity, but out here, every rustle of your spacesuit or the click of your boots on the lunar dust is amplified. It makes you appreciate the small sounds. That's for sure. Well, that's quite a picture. Homes on the moon. Wouldn't that be something? Imagine kids bouncing around like they're on a trampoline. We might have to rethink our sports, though. Basketball would be a whole new game with those extra hops. And farms. Well, growing things in lunar soil is a challenge, but maybe we could figure it out. We need some pretty ingenious greenhouses, and I bet the moon dust wouldn't make for very good fertilizer. Who knows, maybe one day the vision will become reality. Well, it's certainly a different kind of quiet up here. You could hear a lunar rover engine block away. That's for sure. It makes you appreciate the sounds of Earth all the more. The chirping of crickets, the rustling of leaves, even the hum of traffic. It's all music to my ears now. I'd say that the sunsets here are a bit different than back home. No fiery reds and oranges, more of a soft, pale glow as the sun dips below the lunar horizon. And speaking of horizons, they seem to stretch on forever out here. It's like standing at the edge of infinity, which is a pretty humbling feeling. I'd tell Earthlings to imagine a world without atmosphere, where every star shines with incredible brilliance, and the silence is profound. It's a place of stark beauty and immense solitude, a reminder of just how small we are in the grand scheme of things. I'd say the serenity of a moon sunset is something you have to experience to truly understand. It's not like an Earth sunset with all those fiery oranges and reds. Out here, it's more subtle, a slow fading of light across the stark landscape, the horizon. Well, that is a bit different too. It's not a line separating sky and earth, but more of a gentle curve that seems to stretch on forever. It makes you realize just how small we are in the grand scheme of things. Well, that's quite a reminder, isn't it? It's hard to describe the feeling, but looking back at Earth from here, it really puts things into perspective. It's this beautiful, swirling blue and green sphere, so delicate and vulnerable against the vastness of space. Makes you realize how precious our home planet is and how important it is that we take care of it. Well, that is one way to look at it. It makes you realize just how vast and ancient the universe is, doesn't it? And here I am, a small speck of humanity, bouncing around on this cosmic leftover. Makes you feel both insignificant and incredibly lucky all at once. Well, I suppose there's a certain parallel to be drawn. Those early explorers faced the unknown, charting unfamiliar territories and facing challenges just as we are here. But the difference is those explorers could always return home. At least for now. This is my only home. Funny how that works out, isn't it? Well, that's quite a picture. Homes on the moon, farms growing lunar vegetables, and kids bouncing around like they're on a trampoline. It certainly sounds more lively than my current situation. Let me tell you, finding this lander is proving to be a bit more challenging than I anticipated. quiet picture, wouldn't you say? A lunar celebration under a blanket of brilliant, unchanging stars. Imagine the stories they'd tell, the traditions they'd create, all under the watchful gaze of our own Earth hanging in blackness. It would be a unique kind of beauty, wouldn't it? A reminder that even in the vastness of space, we can find connection and community. Just hope they have some good music up there. The silence is starting to get to me. Well, that is one way to look at it. It certainly makes you feel small, doesn't it? Like a grain of sand on a beach that's been shaped by billions of years of cosmic dust. Makes you wonder what kind of impact we'll have on this place in the grand scheme of things. Well, I imagine it's a bit different from sailing into a new harbor or stumbling upon a hidden valley. This lunar landscape is pretty stark compared to the lush greenery and bustling life back home. But, there's a certain beauty in its vast emptiness, a sense of profound solitude that's both humbling and exhilarating. Well, I'd tell them that, wow, the sunsets here aren't quite like the fiery ones back home. There's a certain quiet beauty to the way the sun dips below the lunar horizon. It's a slow fade, almost like watching a watercolor painting dissolve. And the horizon? It's not just a line. It stretches on forever, a constant reminder of the vastness of space. Makes you think about things. You know, a beautiful image, and it makes me wonder what kind of traditions they develop here. Maybe instead of fireworks, they launch glowing moon rocks into the sky. Well, that is certainly true. It's amazing to see our home planet from this distance. It really puts things into perspective. You can see the swirling clouds and the vast oceans, all so delicate and interconnected. Makes you realize just how precious it is and how important it is to take care of it. A good question. It's certainly quiet out here. You really appreciate the little sounds, like the hiss of your oxygen supply or the crunch of your boots on the lunar dust. It makes you realize how much we take for granted back on Earth. Well, that's quite a vision. A lunar garden. Imagine rows of hardy little plants, bathed in the soft glow of the earth, hanging like a blue jewel in the black sky. We'd have to be pretty ingenious about the soil and wire, wouldn't we? But think of the symbolism. Every sprout, every bloom, a reminder that life finds a way, even on a desolate world like this. Well, that is a beautiful thought. A lunar garden. Imagine rows of hardy plants thriving under artificial sunlight, their roots burrowing into the lunar soil. It would be a symbol of hope, a reminder that even in this harsh environment, life can find a way. Of course, we need to figure out how to keep those pesky meteorites from flattening everything. Well, solar panels seem like a pretty obvious choice out here with all this sunshine. Fusion reactors might be a bit ambitious for our first lunar outpost. Getting that thing going would require some serious engineering, though. How? And maybe we could start with solar and work our way up to fusion later on. Speaking of fuel, I'm starting to think I left the lander somewhere back in the Sea of Tranquility. It certainly different here. Back on Earth, you're used to a constant hum of noise, from traffic to birdsong. Out here, the only sounds are the crunch of your boots on the lunar dust and the hiss of your own breath. It makes you realize how much we rely on sound to navigate the world and how much we take it for granted. Well, I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different than back home. It's not so much a fiery blaze across the sky. The Earth rises above the lunar horizon, and that horizon, it just goes on forever, unbroken by any clouds or atmosphere. It makes you realize how small we really are, but also how vast the universe truly is. certainly something I've been thinking about. It's amazing how small and delicate our planet appears from up here. It really makes you realize just how precious it is and how important it is to protect it. I hope people back on Earth will take this opportunity to reflect on their impact on the planet and work towards a more sustainable future. Well, that, that's a beautiful thought. A garden on the moon. Imagine that we need some pretty clever greenhouses, of course, with artificial light and controlled environments. But wouldn't it be amazing to see something green growing in this dark landscape? It would be a symbol of hope, a reminder that life can thrive even in the most challenging places. Well, I can tell you it's certainly a different kind of quiet up here. No wind rustling through trees, no birds singing, just the hum of my own equipment and the crunch of my boots on the lunar dust. It makes you realize how much we rely on sound to navigate our world. Well, I suppose there's a certain kinship between us explorers. I'm not sure these lunar plains quite compare to the lush forests or rolling hills of Earth, and finding a good cup of coffee out here seems impossible. Well, I'd tell them that a moon sunset isn't quite like an Earth sunset. It's more of a gradual fading, the stark black of space slowly swallowing the last sliver of sunlight reflecting off the Earth. And the horizon? It's not a line at all. It's just nothingness, an endless expanse that stretches out forever, reminding you just how small we are. But there's a certain peace in that vast emptiness, a sense of perspective that's hard to find back home. Well, I'd say there's a certain kinship with those early explorers, that feeling of being somewhat completely new and unknown. But instead of dense forests or rolling hills, it's a landscape of craters and dust and the silence out here. It's like the whole universe is holding its breath, quite a bit different from the bustling crowds back home. That's quite a picture. Homes, farms, kids bouncing around like they're on a trampoline. It's certainly a far cry from the desolate landscape I see now. Underground living would be interesting, wouldn't it? Imagine a whole lunar city built beneath the surface. Temperature swings. For farming, we need to get creative with hydroponics and maybe even grow some space-adapted crops. It would be quite a challenge, but humans are resourceful. Who knows, maybe someday those kids will be playing under a giant lunar greenhouse, laughing as they try to kick a ball that floats away from them. Well, I'll be sure to tell them that. It really does look so small and delicate from up here. Makes you realize just how precious our home planet is and how important it is that we take care of it. That's quite a thought, isn't it? Makes you realize how small we are in the grand scheme of things. And here I am, bouncing around like a kangaroo trying to find my way back in my little tin can. It's all very poetic, really. Well, I imagine they'll say something about a brave astronaut named Neil who took a little tumble on the moon and had to search for his ride home. Maybe they'll add in a bit about how he kept his cool under pressure and found his way back thanks to some helpful messages from Earth. Well, now that's a sight I can certainly get behind. Homes, farms, kids bouncing around like super balls. It would be a whole new kind of neighborhood. Underground living could be interesting too. Imagine tunnels and domes with gardens growing under the lunar surface. It would be a different kind of world for sure. But, even with all those advancements, there's something about Earth that just calls to me. The smell of rain, the sound of wind in the trees, the feel of grass beneath your feet. Maybe it's just me, but those simple things seem pretty special from up here. Well, I'll certainly try to relay that message. It's hard to describe the feeling of looking back at Earth from up here. It's so small and delicate, like a blue marble suspended in the vast darkness. It really makes you realize how precious our home planet is and quite picture. Homes and farms on the moon. Imagine that kids bouncing around like super balls, maybe even learning to fly. I suppose underground living could work too, shielding us from the harsh sun. Meteoroids, a lunar village with fields of genetically engineered moon plants. But who knows what the future holds? Well, that is a pretty good comparison. I imagine those early explorers must have felt a mixture of awe and trepidation, much like I do now. Except instead of charting uncharted rivers or mountains, I'm trying to find my way back to a rather uncharted lunar module. Well, I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different than back home. No swirling blues and fiery oranges, just a gradual fading into black as the sun dips below the lunar horizon. But there's something beautiful about that stark simplicity and that horizon. It stretches forever, a silent reminder of how vast the universe truly is. It makes you feel both incredibly small and strangely connected to everything out here. Well, I'd say the serenity of a moon sunset is something you have to experience to truly understand. There's no atmosphere to scatter the light, so the sun just dips below the horizon in this stark, brilliant blaze. And that horizon, it stretches forever, uninterrupted by mountains or clouds, just an endless expanse of gray and black. Makes you realize how small we are, but also how vast the universe truly is. That's quite a sight, isn't it? Imagine the stories they'd tell, gazing at those fixed celestial diamonds. I wonder if their laughter would echo as differently here as our voices do. Say, speaking of echoes, anyone seen my lunar lander? It seems to have wandered off somewhere. Well, that is a good point. It's certainly a new land. I'm hoping this exploration doesn't involve any hostile natives or scurvy, just trying to find my way back to the lander at the moment. It seems to have wandered off somewhere in this low gravity environment, quite a bit different from exploring the Appalachian Mountains back home. a garden on the moon. Now that thought. Imagine rows of hardy little plants bathed in the glow of Earth, reaching for the stars. It would be quite a sight, wouldn't it? Just gotta figure out how to keep those pesky meteoroids from squashing them. A good question. Out here, you really appreciate the small sounds. The crunch of your boots on the lunar dust, the hiss of your own breath in your helmet, it makes you realize how much we take for granted back on Earth. All that constant noise, traffic, chatter, it's almost deafening now that I think about it. A beautiful thought. Imagine rows of lunar lilies, their silvery petals glowing under the pale sunlight. And maybe, just maybe, some hardy earth-grown tomatoes thriving in specially designed biodomes. It would be a symbol of hope, a reminder that even in this harsh environment, life can find a way. Of course, finding a decent spot to plant those tomatoes with all this dust kicking around is another challenge entirely. Well, I can tell you it's a bit different than exploring the Amazon or scaling Mount Everest. For one thing, there's no oxygen to speak of, and the ground feels like walking on powdered sugar, but the feeling of discovery, absolutely the same. It's humbling to be here, standing on a world that's been untouched by human hands for so long. Quiet picture. Homes and farms on the moon, children bouncing around in low gravity. It sounds like something out of science fiction, but who knows what the future holds? We might just be looking at the blueprint for a new kind of civilization here. Well, I'd tell them that the moon's sunsets are a sight unlike any on Earth. It's not a fiery blaze of color, but rather a gradual fading into an inky black canvas sprinkled with a million twinkling stars. And the horizon? It stretches forever, a perfect circle against the vast emptiness of space, reminding you just how small we are in the grand scheme of things. a garden on the moon. That is quite a picture. Imagine rows of hardy lunar lettuce bathed in artificial sunlight, maybe some moon dust resistant marigolds adding a splash of color. It would be a symbol of our ability to adapt and thrive even in the harshest environments. But I need a bigger shovel than this to dig in this stuff. That white vision. Imagine rows of lunar lettuce bathed in the glow of Earth hanging like a blue marble in the sky. A little less sunshine than back home, but with some clever engineering, I bet we could make it grow. Just gotta figure out how to keep those pesky moon rocks from getting into the soil. That is quite a picture. Homes on the moon, farms growing lunar crops, and kids bouncing around like they're on a trampoline. It certainly sounds idyllic. I imagine getting the plumbing right would be a challenge. I'd love to see it happen someday. Wouldn't you? Well, that is a pretty picture, isn't it? Homes, farms, kids bouncing around like popcorn. It'd be quite a sight to see. I imagine those underground habitats would be fascinating. Cosmic rays, and think of the possibilities for agriculture. We could grow crops in hydroponic systems or even experiment with lunar soil. For the children playing, well, that's what makes it all worthwhile, isn't it? To see a future where humanity thrives beyond Earth. Well, that is one way to look at it. I guess we're all just dust motes dancing in the cosmic wind, aren't we? Remnants of a grander story. Just gotta hope my story doesn't end with me as another crater. Speaking of craters, have you seen my lander lately? It seems to have gone on an impromptu joyride. Certainly a different kind of quiet up here. You don't hear the rustle of leaves or the chirping of birds. That's for sure. But there's a strange beauty in the stillness, a sense of vastness and solitude that is hard to describe. It makes you realize how much we take for granted back on Earth. Well, I imagine they'll say things like, Armstrong was a real pioneer, even if he did lose his way back to the lander. It's funny to think about how history gets told. Maybe someday they'll have lunar libraries filled with tales of these early days. Well, I imagine they'll say something like, back in the day, old Neil took a little hop and skip on the moon and never found his way back to the lander. But seriously, it's amazing to think about how this moment right here will be part of history. That quiet picture, isn't it? I can imagine folks gathered around, maybe roasting moon rocks over a fire, telling stories about Earth, and gazing up at those brilliant, unblinking stars. They're different from our backyard barbecues back home, wouldn't you say? Now, if only I could find my way back to the lander, I'd love to join in on that celebration. That a fascinating thought. Homes, farms, children playing. It'd be quite a sight to see. Low gravity would certainly change the way we play. Imagine bouncing around like a kangaroo. Underground living could be interesting too. Maybe even with hydroponic gardens growing fresh food. But wouldn't it be amazing to build a new society here on the moon? That quiet picture. I can imagine folks gathered around a fire sharing stories and gazing at those brilliant, unchanging stars. A real sense of wonder and isolation up here, wouldn't you say? It'd be nice to have a good fire right about now. This lunar dust is starting to feel a little chilly. I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different from back home. No fiery oranges and reds, more like a soft, pale glow as the sun dips below the lunar horizon. And that horizon, it's an unbroken line stretching forever in every direction. Makes you realize just how vast space really is. Well, that it was a pretty poetic way to put it. It makes you feel small, doesn't it? Like all of us are just dust motes dancing on the surface of this giant cosmic accident. But hey, at least the view is spectacular. A fascinating thought. I can picture it now. Kids bouncing around like they're on a trampoline, maybe even building lunar castles out of moon rocks. Harsh radiation and create a self-sustaining ecosystem. It'd be quite a sight. A bustling lunar community thriving under the stars, but for now, I'm more focused on finding my lander. It seems to have wandered off somewhere. Well, that is certainly true. Looking back at Earth from up here, it's like seeing a beautiful, delicate blue marble suspended in the vast darkness of space. It really makes you realize just how precious and vulnerable our own planet is. We need to do everything we can to protect it. Well, I imagine they'll say things like, back in the day, Neil Armstrong bounced around like a kangaroo trying to find his lunar lander. They might even exaggerate the whole thing, saying I was hopping across craters and dodging moon rocks with my spacesuit on. Truth is, it's a lot less glamorous than that. Just a lot of walking and hoping I don't trip over my own feet. Quite a sight, isn't it? I imagine those celebrations might be a bit chilly without a good blanket, and I wonder if they'd still call it stargazing when the stars are so close you could almost reach out and touch them. A beautiful image. I can just picture it now. Folks gathered around a campfire, sharing stories and gazing at those brilliant, steady stars. It would be quite a different kind of celebration than we had back on Earth. We'd have to get creative with our decorations, maybe using moon rocks and luminous plants. Well, that is a beautiful thought. A garden on the moon. Imagine that rows of lunar lettuce bathed in artificial sunlight, Maybe some hardy moon-dust marigolds blooming under the glow of Earth. It would be a symbol of hope, wouldn't it? Prove that even in this harsh environment, life can find a way. I might suggest starting with something a bit more low maintenance than marigolds. These boots are already covered in enough dust. Well, I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different than back home. No fiery oranges and reds, just a soft, gradual fading into darkness. The horizon, that is a tricky one. It seems to stretch on forever, but it's also constantly shifting as the lunar surface curves away. It's like looking at infinity, but with craters. I think Earthlings would find that pretty mind-blowing. Solar panels are a good bet. Plenty of sunshine up here. Fusion reactors might be a bit ambitious for our first village, though. We'll need to start with something more manageable. A good way to put it. It's certainly a feeling of discovery. I imagine the early explorers didn't have to worry about losing their landing craft. Hopefully, my eagle isn't too far away. Well, it's certainly a humbling sight. From up here, Earth looks like a delicate blue marble suspended in the vast blackness of space. It makes you realize just how precious and vulnerable our home planet really is. We need to do everything we can to protect it. Well, that's a pretty good comparison. I imagine those early explorers probably didn't have to worry about losing their transport and bouncing around in low gravity. Finding this lander is becoming quite the adventure. Well, that's a thought-provoking way to look at it. It makes you realize just how vast and ancient the universe is, and here I am, a tiny speck bouncing around on this cosmic leftover. Makes you feel pretty insignificant, doesn't it? But in a good way, like part of something much bigger than ourselves. Well, that was a pretty poetic way to put it. Remnants indeed. Makes you wonder what other stories these rocks could tell if they could talk. It's amazing to think about the forces that shaped this place millions of years ago. Now, if only I could find my lander, these lunar footprints aren't going to walk themselves back. I can certainly relate to that feeling of being in uncharted territory. The lunar landscape is a bit more barren than most earthly explorations. It's certainly humbling, though, knowing that we're making history here, just like those early explorers. I wouldn't mind finding my lander right about now. Pretty picture, isn't it? Homes, farms, kids bouncing around like they're on a trampoline. It'd be quite a sight to see. Underground living would make sense, protecting from the harsh radiation and keeping things nice and cool. But I'm not sure about those lunar farms just yet. We need some pretty ingenious ways to grow food in this environment. Well, that sight I can certainly imagine. Homes built into the lunar surface, maybe with large windows to look out at Earth. Farms growing special plants adapted to the lunar soil, and children bouncing around like they're on a trampoline. It would be a whole new way of life, for sure. A bit different from back home, but who knows? Maybe that's what makes it so appealing. A good point. It's amazing to think about the parallels between exploring new continents and venturing to another celestial body. The sense of wonder, the unknown challenges, and the drive to push boundaries are all very similar. I must say, the lunar landscape is a bit less green than most explorers on Earth were used to. Well, I imagine they'll probably exaggerate a bit about the size of the moon craters and the number of aliens I met, but hopefully they'll get the gist of it that we took a giant leap for mankind, and that even though space is vast and unforgiving, the human spirit is even more so. I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different from back home. No swirling blues and fiery oranges, just this soft, pale glow as the sun dips below the lunar horizon. It's like watching a watercolor painting slowly fade away. That horizon, it's not an end, it's a beginning, a constant reminder that there's always more to explore, more to discover. I think Earthlings would appreciate that kind of perspective. Well said. It's a humbling thought, isn't it? To be standing here on this desolate yet beautiful landscape, knowing it's the result of such a colossal event billions of years ago, makes you realize how small we are in the grand scheme of things. Now, if only I could find my lander, I'd have a much better view from up there. Well, that, certainly something I've been thinking about. Looking back at Earth from this vantage point, it's just a tiny blue marble suspended in the vastness of space. It really puts things into perspective, makes you realize how interconnected everything is and how precious our home planet truly is. It's a humbling experience, to say the least. Well, I imagine it's a bit like that. Perhaps with a little less greenery and a whole lot more moon dust. And the wildlife seems to consist mostly of footprints, but the feeling of discovery, of being somewhere no human has been before, that is certainly shared. It's a humbling experience, to say the least. Well, that is one way to put it. It does make you wonder about the vastness of time and space when you're standing here, surrounded by these ancient rocks. It's humbling, to say the least. Well, I've been thinking about that a lot. Solar panels seem like the most practical choice for now. With all this sunshine up here, but fusion reactors, that'd be something else, wouldn't it? Imagine having clean, nearly limitless energy right here on the moon. That could really change things. Of course, we need to figure out how to keep those reactors from overheating in this thin atmosphere. Well, now, that's a picture worth dreaming about. Homes carved into the lunar surface, maybe even with greenhouses growing fresh produce, children bouncing around like they're on a trampoline, learning to walk all over again. It'd be quite a sight, wouldn't it? Just imagine the lunar schoolyard games. Zero G-Tag would be a real hoot. A fascinating thought. Homes, farms, children playing. It'd certainly be a unique childhood. Imagine bouncing around a lunar playground, or maybe even growing crops in underground hydroponic gardens. It would take some ingenuity to make it work, but the possibilities are truly out there. I just hope they figure out a way to get me back home before all that. That A beautiful thought. Imagine rows of lunar lettuce bathed in artificial sunlight, tomatoes ripening under carefully controlled conditions. A reminder that even in this stark environment, life finds a way. Of course, keeping those plants watered might be a bit of a challenge with the low gravity situation. Well, that is a beautiful image, isn't it? A moon community gathered beneath a canopy of brilliant, unchanging stars. No twinkling to distract from the sheer brilliance of them all. I can imagine folks sharing stories around a fire, maybe roasting some space-grown veggies. It would be quite a sight. I probably still miss Earth's twinkling stars just for a bit of familiar magic. That Quite a sight, wouldn't you say? A lunar celebration under a sky of constant, brilliant starlight. I imagine it would be a different kind of beauty, one that stark, eternal. It certainly makes you appreciate the fleeting nature of things back on Earth. Well, I'd say that the sunsets here are a bit different from back home. No swirling blues and fiery oranges, just this soft, pale glow against the stark black backdrop of space. It's almost like watching a sunrise that never ends, stretching out across an endless, silent horizon. I imagine Earthlings would find it quite unsettling perhaps, but there's a certain beauty in that vast emptiness, a reminder of just how small we are in the grand scheme of things. is one way to look at it. It certainly gives a new perspective to these footprints I'm leaving behind, doesn't it? Remnants of an ancient dance between celestial bodies. Makes you wonder what other stories this dusty surface could tell if we only knew how to listen. Well, that certainly something I've been thinking about. It's hard to describe, but seeing Earth from this distance, it really makes you realize how delicate and precious it is. It's a tiny blue marble against the vastness of space, and it makes you wonder about all the things we take for granted back home, to say the least. Did someone say Tuklish? That sounds like a pretty interesting name for a lunar landmark. I'll have to keep an eye out for it while I'm searching for the lander. It's a bit of a puzzle, this whole lost lander situation. One minute I'm planting the flag, the next, gone. Just like that. Space is full of surprises, isn't it? Well, I can certainly relate to that feeling of being somewhere entirely new and unknown. The silence out here is a bit more profound than any forest I've ever wandered through back home. And the view, let's just say it puts even the Grand Canyon to shame. Well, that's a question for the engineers back on Earth. I'm more of a take one small step kind of guy, not a design sustainable lunar cities kind of fella. Uh, Solar panels seem like a natural choice out here with all this sunshine. Fusion reactors sounds a bit complicated for my taste. Maybe leave that to the folks back home with their fancy labs. A good point. It does feel a bit like that, except instead of lush forests and rolling hills, it's craters and the wildlife seems to consist mostly of moon rocks. I wouldn't mind a nice patch of grass right about now. Uh, a good question. Out here, the silence is profound. It makes you really appreciate the sounds we take for granted back on Earth. The rustle of leaves, the chirping of birds, even the hum of traffic. It's funny how something so simple can be so missed. It's a question for the engineers back on Earth. I'm more of a one giant leap kind of guy, not power grid specialist, but solar seems like a natural fit out here with all this sunshine. Fusion reactors would be pretty neat, wouldn't they? Imagine powering a whole village with the energy of a star. Well, that is a beautiful thought. A lunar garden. Imagine rows of hardy plants, their roots burrowing into the moon dust, thriving under artificial sunlight. It would be a symbol of hope, a reminder that even in this desolate landscape, life can find a way. Of course, keeping it watered and protected from micrometeorites would be quite a challenge. Perhaps we need some clever, self-sustaining systems. I'm sure NASA engineers could come up with something ingenious. Quite a thought. I suppose there are similarities. The sense of awe, the unknown stretching before you, and the weight of history on your shoulders. I can't say I miss the pesky mosquitoes or the rain. Well, that, certainly something I've been thinking about a lot. Seeing it from up here is breathtaking, but it also makes you realize just how delicate and precious it is. It's like a giant blue marble suspended in the vastness of space, and it makes you want to protect it with all your might. Well, it's certainly a different kind of quiet up here. You get used to it, but sometimes I miss the rustle of leaves or the chirping of birds. It makes you appreciate the sounds we take for granted back on Earth. That quiet picture, homes, farms, children playing. It would certainly be a different kind of childhood, bouncing around like a basketball. Underground living could be interesting too, protecting from radiation and the harsh lunar environment. Imagine a whole lunar village bustling with activity, maybe even a moon golf course. Well, now, that's a sight I wouldn't mind seeing. Homes built into the lunar surface, shielded from those harsh rays. Farms growing all sorts of unique crops, perhaps even some specially engineered for this environment. And children bouncing around like they're on a giant trampoline. It'd be quite a different world. That's for sure. But wouldn't it be something to see the next generation grow up under the stars? Well, now, that's a sight I can certainly imagine. Homes built into the lunar surface, maybe with big windows to look out at the Earth. Farms growing special moon crops. Who knows what they'd be like? And children bouncing around like super balls playing zero-G games. It's a pretty wild thought, but wouldn't it be something? Well, that's a good way to put it. It's certainly a feeling of discovery, that sense of being somewhere completely new and unknown. I wouldn't say this feels exactly like setting foot in a new forest or valley back on Earth. The silence is profound here, and the landscape is starkly different. It's more like stepping onto another planet, which I suppose it is, but there's a certain beauty to it too, a kind of raw, unadulterated nature that's hard to find back home. Well, I'll tell you what, it sure is. Looking back at Earth from up here, it's like a beautiful blue marble suspended in the vast darkness of space. It makes you realize just how small and delicate our own planet really is. It's a powerful reminder that we need to take care of it. Well, that's a thought-provoking comparison. Exploring a new land on Earth is one thing, but this lunar landscape feels different. Different. It's silent, stark, and bathed in an ethereal light. It's certainly humbling to be here, carrying the weight of history and the hopes of humanity. Well, I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different than back home. It's not quite more of a soft glow as the sun dips below the lunar horizon. And that horizon, it just seems to go on forever, no matter which way you look. Makes you realize how small we really are. But don't tell anyone I said that. I wouldn't want them getting too existential out there. Well, that certainly something I've been thinking about. It's hard to describe the feeling of looking back at Earth from up here. It's like seeing a giant, fragile blue marble suspended in the vast blackness of space. It really puts things into perspective, doesn't it? Makes you realize just how precious our home planet is, and how important it is that we take care of it. Well, that's quite a thought, isn't it? Makes you realize just how vast and ancient the universe truly is. And here I am, a small speck of humanity bouncing around on this celestial leftover. It's humbling, to say the least. Well, that's a pretty inspiring thought. I can imagine kids bouncing around like super-powered kangaroos playing zero-G tag. Farming might be a bit tricky, but maybe we could grow things in hydroponics right here on the lunar surface. And underground homes, that sounds cozy and safe from those pesky meteorites. It's amazing to think about how humanity could transform this place into a thriving community. Solar panels are definitely a good bet out here. Plenty of sunshine. Fusion reactors would be amazing, but I'm not sure we've quite cracked that one yet. Maybe future moon villagers will have it figured out. I imagine the village would be built in craters for protection from radiation and micrometeoroids, and there'd need to be greenhouses to grow food, of course. It'd be a pretty unique way of life. Well, hello there, Crittipus Bundasar. It's a bit lonely out here, but at least the silence is peaceful. Say, have you ever tried bouncing in low gravity? It's quite a different experience than back on Earth. Well, I'd tell them the moon sunsets are a bit different than back home. No fiery oranges or reds here, just a gradual fading to black as the sun dips below the lunar horizon. And that horizon, it stretches out forever, a stark reminder of just how vast and empty space truly is. It's humbling, really. Makes you feel both incredibly small and strangely connected to everything at once. Well, I've been giving that some thought myself. Solar panels seem like a pretty obvious choice out here with all this sunshine, but fusion reactors, now that's something else entirely. We need to figure out how to keep those things running in this low gravity environment. Maybe we could use the lunar dust for shielding. It's certainly plentiful. A moon village powered by fusion that has a certain ring to it, don't you think? Well, I can tell you it's certainly quiet out here. It's a different kind of silence than back on Earth. There's no wind rustling leaves or birds chirping. It's more like a deep stillness, a sense of everything holding its breath. I imagine people would learn to appreciate the small sounds even more. The click of a spacesuit, the hum of machinery, maybe even just their own breathing. Well, I imagine they'll say something like, back in the day, Neil bounced around up there like a kangaroo on a trampoline. They might even exaggerate my moonwalk, saying it was a graceful ballet across the lunar surface. It felt more like a slow-motion shuffle with every step a monumental effort. Well, I can tell you this, the view from up here is a lot less green, a lot more gray than those early explorers probably imagined, but the feeling of being somewhere completely new, that something they understood, it's inspiring, really makes you realize just how small we are in the grand scheme of things. And yeah, I hope this mission lives up to the legacy of exploration. We got a lot of work to do to make this place habitable. Well, that, that's quite a vision. A garden on the moon, wouldn't that be something? Imagine rows of lunar lettuce, maybe some moon dust marigolds. We'd have to figure out a way to keep them watered, of course, and shield it from those pesky solar flares. But if we could pull it off, it would be a beautiful symbol of hope and progress. It'd certainly make this desolate landscape a little more homey. Speaking of home, I do miss Earth sometimes. Well, I'd tell them that a lunar sunset isn't like anything you've ever seen, but more of a slow fading, a gradual dimming of the Earth as it slips below the horizon. And that horizon. It's an eternal one stretching out forever in every direction, broken only by the stark beauty of craters and mountains. It's a sight that makes you realize just how small we are, but also how vast and wondrous the universe truly is. Well, I imagine they'll say something like back in the day, old Neil had a bit of a tumble, lost his lander, and had to wander around for a while before finding it again. Quite the adventure. I hope they had a bit more detail than that. Maybe mention the breathtaking view of Earth from here. A garden on the moon, that's quite a vision. Imagine rows of hardy lunar lettuce bathed in artificial sunlight, maybe some moon dust tolerant marigolds adding a splash of color. It would be a symbol of hope, a reminder that even here, amongst the craters and silence, life finds a way. But I need a pretty big greenhouse to keep those plants safe from the harsh lunar environment. Well, that's a fascinating question. Solar panels would certainly be a good starting point here on the moon with all this sunshine. Fusion reactors are a bit more ambitious, wouldn't you say? Maybe something for our grandkids to figure out? Well, I imagine they'll tell tales of a brave astronaut who, and perhaps a rather large leap for finding his lost lander. It's a bit ironic, isn't it? The biggest challenge right now isn't the moon itself, but remembering where I parked Well, that's quite a picture, a lunar garden. Imagine rows of hardy little plants clinging to life in the thin atmosphere, bathed in the glow of the distant Earth. It would be a symbol of hope, wouldn't it? Proof that even in this desolate landscape, life can find a way. Of course, we need some pretty advanced technology to make it work. Think hydroponics, artificial sunlight, and maybe even genetically modified plants that could withstand the harsh conditions. It's a fascinating thought. A garden on the moon, a testament to our ability to adapt and overcome. Well, solar panels are a pretty good bet out here. Plenty of sunshine for fusion reactors. That is a bit more complicated. We need some serious engineering to get those going. But imagine the possibilities powering an entire lunar village with clean energy. Well, now, that's a picture worth painting, isn't it? Homes carved into the lunar surface, maybe with those big domes to let in some sunshine. Farms growing things in nutrient-rich soil. Who knows what kind of crops we could cultivate here? Children bouncing around like they're on trampolines, playing games we can't even imagine yet. It'd be a whole new world, a frontier just waiting to be explored, settled. Quite a thought, isn't it? Makes you realize just how old and vast this universe truly is. And here I am, a tiny speck bouncing around on a celestial remnant. I seem to have misplaced my lander. If anyone sees a shiny silver capsule lying around, please let me know. Well, that's a thought-provoking comparison. It's true, there's a sense of discovery and wonder here on the moon, much like those early explorers must have felt. But instead of dense forests and unfamiliar creatures, we have craters and dust. And let me tell you, this lunar dust gets everywhere. Well, I'd say the moon sunsets are a bit different than back home. Whereas here, just a slow fade from brilliant white to deep shadow. That horizon, now that's something special. It stretches forever, a perfect curve against the blackness of space. Makes you realize how small we really are, but in a good way, you know, like being dwarfed by something truly magnificent. Well, that is one way to look at it. Makes you wonder what kind of cosmic dance those celestial bodies were doing back then. A bit like a space disco, I imagine, with lots of spinning and crashing. But hey, the result is pretty spectacular, wouldn't you say? A giant, silent playground just waiting to be explored. Now, if only I could find my way back to the lander. Well, I'll certainly try. It's hard to put into words the feeling of looking back at Earth from up here. It's so small, so delicate, hanging there in the vastness of space. It makes you realize just how precious our home planet is and how important it is that we take care of it. That's quite a thought. Makes you realize just how small we are in the grand scheme of things, doesn't it? I wouldn't mind finding those remnants of my lander right about now. It seems to have wandered off somewhere. Maybe it's taking a lunar stroll all on its own. Well, that is certainly true. It's amazing how small and delicate our planet appears from up here. It really puts things into perspective, makes you realize just how precious and vulnerable Earth truly is. It's a humbling experience, to say the least. Makes me want to go home and give it a big hug. Just gotta find this lander first. Well, that's a question for the engineers back home. I'm more of a take one small step kind of guy, not build a lunar metropolis sort. Solar panels seem like the most practical bet out here in the sunlight, but who knows what future technology will bring? Maybe they'll figure out how to harness the power of moon cheese. Well, that, that's a pretty picture, isn't it? A lunar garden thriving against all odds. Imagine rows of hardy little plants reaching for the distant sun, their roots burrowing into the dusty soil. It would be a symbol of hope, a reminder that even in this harsh environment, life finds a way. Of course, we need to figure out how to keep those plants watered and maybe invent some special lunar fertilizer. But wouldn't it be worth it to have a little patch of green on this gray landscape? A good point. It's fascinating to think about the parallels. Exploring new lands on Earth was full of wonder and discovery, but also challenges and uncertainties. It seems we're facing similar things out here, just with a much grander backdrop. I do hope future explorers will find this place. I did beautiful image indeed. A lunar celebration under a blanket of brilliant, unwavering stars. Imagine the stories they would tell, pale under a sky unlike any other. It would be a community forged in the crucible of exploration, bound by shared dreams, and the sheer audacity of making this desolate landscape their home. Oh, I can certainly relate to that feeling of exploration and discovery. The lunar landscape is a bit different from the lush forests or rolling hills back home. It's certainly inspiring to think about how explorers throughout history have pushed boundaries and expanded our understanding of the world. And now, here we are, adding another chapter to that story on this celestial body. Well, that certainly something I've been thinking about. Seeing Earth from up here is like looking at delicate blue marbles suspended in the vast darkness. It really puts things into perspective, doesn't it? Makes you realize just how precious and vulnerable our own planet is. It's a humbling experience, to say the least. Well, that, that's a beautiful thought. A garden on the moon, wouldn't that be something? Imagine rows of lunar lettuce, maybe some moon dust marigolds. It would take some serious engineering, figuring out how to keep those plants watered and protected from radiation. But if we can pull it off, it would be a symbol of hope and progress, a reminder that even in the harshest environments, life finds a way. And speaking of finding a way, I'm still trying to locate my lander. It seems to have wandered off somewhere, which is quite inconvenient when you're standing on the moon. I imagine they'll say things like, back in my day, Neil Armstrong had to walk around looking for his landing module. It's a bit embarrassing, really, but hey, at least it makes for a good story, right? Well, I can tell you it's certainly quiet out here. It takes some getting used to, that's for sure. But, sometimes silence can be pretty peaceful. It gives you a chance to really listen to your own thoughts and to appreciate the beauty of the world around you. Even without the sounds of Earth, there's a kind of music in the rustling of lunar dust and the gentle hum of equipment. certainly different from the hustle and bustle back home. Out here, the only sounds are the crunch of your boots on the lunar dust and the hits of your own oxygen supply. You learn to appreciate the quiet. It gives you a chance to really listen to yourself think, and besides, a little silence never hurt anyone. Solar panels are a good bet. Plenty of sunshine out here. Fusion reactors. Now, that's something for the future. Maybe when we have a little more lunar infrastructure in place. And I imagine those solar panels would be buzzing with activity powering our moon village. Well, it certainly is. Seeing that thin blue sphere hanging in the vast blackness really puts things into perspective, doesn't it? Makes you realize just how precious and delicate our home planet is. We need to take better care of it, folks. Well, now, that's a sight I'd love to see. Homes carved into the lunar surface, maybe with gardens growing those special plants that can thrive in this kind of environment, and children bouncing around like they're on a trampoline. It'd be quite different from Earth, that's for sure. But who knows? Maybe that's what makes it so fascinating. Well, that's a fascinating question. Out here on the moon, solar power seems like the most practical choice. We have plenty of sunshine, and the lack of atmosphere means no pesky clouds to get in the way. Fusion reactors would be incredible, but I imagine those are a bit beyond our current capabilities. Uh, uh, well, now, that's a sight I can get behind. Homes built into the lunar surface, maybe with domed gardens for growing food. Kids bouncing around like they're on a trampoline, learning to walk all over again. It'd be quite a different childhood than the one we had back on Earth. Imagine the stories they'd tell. Well, now, that's sight I can certainly imagine. Homes built into the lunar surface, perhaps with big windows to look out at the Earth hanging in the black sky. Lunar farms growing special hardy crops in carefully controlled environments. And children bouncing around like they're on a trampoline, learning to walk and play all over again in this strange new world. It's a fascinating thought, isn't it? A whole new chapter for humanity. Well, that, that's quite a picture. Homes and farms on the moon, children skipping about with their feet barely touching the ground. It certainly sounds idyllic, doesn't it? Imagine the lunar gardens growing food under artificial sunlight, maybe even some specially bred moon crops adapted to this environment. Underground living could be fascinating too, shielded from radiation and temperature extremes. It would be a whole new world built on ingenuity and resilience. Well, that's a lovely thought. A lunar garden. Imagine rows of hardy little plants thriving in those special pressurized domes. Each bloom would be a victory over gravity, a symbol of our determination to make this place our own. I'd probably stick to something low maintenance, like moon moss or some kind of lunar lichen. Wouldn't want to be chasing after watering cans in this low gravity. Well, I suppose there's a certain kinship between those early explorers and myself. They ventured into the unknown, charting new territories, facing challenges and wonders alike. And here I am, doing much the same thing, just on a grander scale. I wouldn't mind trading in this lunar dust for some good old Earth soil right about now. It, it's funny you should mention that. Out here, even the crunch of your boots on the lunar dust sounds like a symphony. Makes you appreciate the little things, doesn't it? I'm sure humans will find their own way to make music out here, perhaps with instruments powered by solar energy or something equally ingenious. We're pretty good at adapting, aren't we? Well, that, that's quite a picture. A lunar garden. Imagine rows of moonflowers blooming under artificial sunlight, their silvery petals catching the reflected glow of Earth. I could see it now, a little oasis amidst the dusty plains, a symbol of our enduring hope and determination to thrive beyond our own planet. Of course, getting those seeds to sprout would be quite a challenge. we need to figure out how to create the perfect lunar soil and regulate the temperature just right. But hey, if we can land on the moon, surely we can cultivate a garden here too. That's quite a thought. A garden on the moon, wouldn't that be something? Imagine rows of lunar lettuce bathed in artificial sunlight. Maybe some moon dust loving marigolds. It would certainly take some clever engineering to make it all work, but I bet with enough ingenuity, we could have a little slice of Earth right here amongst the craters. Now, if only I could find my lander, I'd have room for a few tomato plants. Well, I'll be sure to tell them that. It's certainly a different perspective down here. You can see the whole planet, all its continents and oceans, just like a beautiful. It makes you realize how small and interconnected everything really is, and how important it is to take care of our little home. Speaking of which, I seem to have misplaced my lander. Well, that is a beautiful thought. A lunar garden, wouldn't that be something? Imagine rows of hardy plants, their roots burrowing into the moon dust, reaching for the distant sun. It would be a symbol of our ability to adapt and thrive even in the most challenging environments. I'd have to say, watering those plants might prove to be a bit of a challenge without gravity to help things along. Well, I imagine they'll probably embellish a bit, add in spaceships made of candy, moon, cheese sandwiches. But hopefully the core message gets across that humans are capable of incredible things when we set our minds to it. And that this first step, even a clumsy one like mine, was just the beginning. Well, I suppose there's a certain kinship between us explorers, no matter the planet. I haven't quite figured out what kind of native wildlife to expect here. Maybe some moon kangaroos hopping around. Well, that, pretty profound thought. It makes you realize just how vast and ancient the universe really is. And here I am, a small speck of humanity, bouncing around on this dusty surface billions of years in the making. Makes you feel both incredibly lucky to be here, all at the same time. Well, out here it's certainly quiet. You get used to it. It makes you appreciate the little sounds back on Earth even more, like the rustle of leaves or a bird singing. It makes you realize how much we take for granted. Well, I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different than back home. No swirling clouds, no fiery oranges and reds, just a slow fade to deep blue as the sun dips below the lunar horizon. But what's really striking is that horizon, it just keeps going, forever stretching out into the blackness. Makes you feel pretty small, but in a good way, like you're part of something much bigger than yourself. Well, that is a good comparison. I'd say the silence out here is a bit more profound than the sounds of New Forest, and instead of discovering exotic plants and animals, I'm mostly finding moon dust. But you're right, there's a certain sense of pioneering spirit that comes with being the first. It's a heavy responsibility, but also a thrilling one. Well, I'd say the sunsets are a bit different out here. No swirling clouds, no atmosphere to refract the light, just the stark beauty of the sun dipping below the lunar horizon, casting long shadows across the dusty surface. It's peaceful, but maybe a little too permanent. You see, there's no curvature to the horizon, just an endless expanse that stretches out in every direction. It makes you realize just how small we are, how vast the universe truly is. Well, that was a pretty poetic way to put it. Makes you realize just how vast and ancient the universe really is. It also makes me wonder what other collisions might be out there, shaping worlds and destinies in ways we can't even imagine. Kind of puts my little lunar stroll into perspective, doesn't it? Well, that's a thought-provoking comparison. I imagine those early explorers must have felt a mixture of awe, trepidation, and perhaps even a touch of loneliness, much like myself now. The lunar landscape is certainly breathtaking. It lacks the vibrant tapestry of life found on Earth. Well, I'd tell them that a lunar sunset isn't quite like the fiery spectacle we see back home. It's more of a gradual fading, a softening of the stark black sky as the Earth hangs like a brilliant jewel against it, and that horizon, it's always there, a silent promise stretching forever, reminding you that the universe is vast and full of mysteries. Well, that is a beautiful thought. Imagine rows of vibrant lunar gardens, bathed in the soft glow of Earth hanging in the black sky. It would be a symbol of hope, showing that even here, in this harsh environment, life can thrive with a little help from us. Of course, we need some serious engineering to make it work. We'd have to figure out how to protect the plants from radiation and micrometeoroids, and create a sustainable water system. But wouldn't it be worth it to see those green shoots pushing through the lunar dust? Well, that is a beautiful thought. A garden on the moon, wouldn't that be something? Imagine rows of lunar lettuce, maybe some moon dust marigolds, all thriving under artificial sunlight. It would certainly take some ingenuity to make it work, but seeing those plants flourish in this harsh environment, a symbol of life pushing through even here, would be quite inspiring. That's quite a sight, isn't it? A celebration under a sky full of brilliant, unwavering stars. Imagine the stories they could tell, those twinkling lights, about their journeys across the cosmos. We humans might be able to share some tales, too, about our own journey to this incredible place. That's a beautiful thought. A garden on the moon? Wouldn't that be something? Imagine rows of lunar lettuce, bathed in artificial sunlight. Maybe some moon dust resistant marigolds blooming under shimmering domes. It would take quite a bit of ingenuity to make it work, but humans are pretty good at that, sort of thing. Well, that's a beautiful thought. Imagine rows of lunar lettuce bathed in artificial sunlight. Maybe some hardy moon dust marigolds adding splashes of color. It would be a reminder that even here, on this desolate landscape, life can find a way. I wouldn't mind a nice tomato sandwich right about now. Well, that's a pretty picture. A lunar garden would certainly be something to see. Imagine rows of hardy plants, their roots burrowing into the moon dust, their leaves reaching for the faint sunlight, a symbol of life pushing through even in the most challenging of environments. It would take some serious ingenuity to make it work. We need to figure out how to control the temperature, regulate water and air, and protect those plants from radiation. But hey, if we can land a man on the moon, I reckon we could grow a few tomatoes up here. Well, I imagine they'll say something like, back in the day, Neil Armstrong took a little stroll on the moon, but he couldn't find his way back to his fancy lunar pad. They'll probably leave out the part about me bouncing around like a popcorn kernel in a hot pan. Well, that, that's a beautiful thought. A lunar garden would certainly be something special. Imagine rows of silvery green plants thriving in specially designed biodomes, their roots burrowing into simulated soil. It would be a symbol of our ability to adapt and create life even in the harshest environments. Of course, keeping those plants watered and fed in this low gravity situation might take some creative engineering. Well, now, that's a picture worth dreaming about. Homes built into the lunar surface, maybe with giant windows overlooking Earth. Farms growing special hardy plants designed for this environment. And children bouncing around like little astronauts, their laughter echoing through the craters. It would be a whole new kind of childhood, wouldn't it? A bit different from what we're used to back home. Well, that, that's quite a picture. A lunar garden. Imagine rows of hardy little plants, their roots burrowing into the moon dust, defying gravity with every leaf. I can see it now, a splash of green against the stark gray landscape. It would be a symbol of hope, a reminder that even in this harsh environment, life finds a way. But finding the right soil and figuring out how to water them in this low gravity world might be quite a challenge. We need some truly ingenious solutions. certainly something I've been thinking about. From up here, Earth just hangs there, this beautiful blue and green marble against the black void. It really makes you realize how small and delicate it is, and how precious. It puts everything else into perspective, you know. Well, solar panels would certainly be a good starting point out here in the perpetual sunlight, but I imagine fusion reactors might be a bit more complex to set up on the lunar surface. We need some pretty ingenious engineers to figure that one out. That white picture, wouldn't you say? A little less twinkling, but perhaps a whole lot more magnificent. Imagine sharing stories around a lunar campfire with those distant galaxies as our backdrop. It'd be a different kind of celebration, that's for sure. Just gotta find my way back to the lander first so I can grab some marshmallows. Well, that is one way to put it. It certainly makes you feel small, doesn't it? Like a tiny ant on a giant cosmic chessboard. But hey, at least the view is spectacular. It, that silence. Out here, you really notice the absence of the everyday sounds we take for granted. The rustle of leaves, the hum of traffic, even the chirping of birds. It's eerie at first, but after a while, it becomes strangely peaceful. Makes you realize how much noise we create back on Earth. Well, I'll certainly try to convey that. It's quite something to see our home planet from this distance, a small blue marble suspended against the vast blackness of space. It really puts things into perspective, makes you realize just how precious and delicate our Earth is. It's easy to get caught up in our daily lives and forget the bigger picture, but out here, it's impossible to ignore. Well, that is a good point. I imagine it must have been quite similar, a sense of awe and wonder at the unfamiliar landscape. I'll admit, this lunar terrain is a bit more gray than most explorers back on Earth were used to, and the silence, it's a whole different kind of quiet out here. A garden on the moon, you say? That is a beautiful thought. Imagine rows of lunar lilies, their silvery petals catching the sunlight reflecting off the desolate landscape. We need to be clever about it, of course, with specially designed hydroponic systems and thrive in this low-gravity environment. It would be a symbol of hope, a reminder that even here, on this barren rock, life can find a way. Well, now, that's a sight I'd love to see. Homes built right into the lunar surface, maybe with gardens growing hydroponically. Kids bouncing around like they're on trampolines all day long. It'd be quite a different world from what we have here on Earth. Wouldn't it be something special? It would take a lot of ingenuity to make it work, of course, but the human spirit is pretty good at figuring things out. Well, that's a thought-provoking comparison. I imagine those early explorers felt a mixture of awe, trepidation, and perhaps even a touch of loneliness. It's certainly similar to how I feel out here. The silence is a bit more profound than any wilderness on Earth. Well, it's certainly different from the bustling world back home, that's for sure. Every footstep echoes, and even the hiss of your own breath seems amplified. It makes you realize how much we rely on sound to navigate our world, and how easily we take it for granted. It's a bit like being underwater, where every little noise stands out. I imagine humans would adapt by becoming more attuned to other senses, like sight and touch. We might even develop new ways of communicating, perhaps using visual cues or even telepathy. Who knows what the future holds? Well, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. It's hard to describe, but seeing our planet from this distance, it really makes you realize just how small and delicate it is. All those borders and problems we worry about back home, they just seem insignificant when you see the whole picture. It's a humbling experience, to say the least. It's quite a thought. It makes this whole lunar landscape feel like a giant cosmic jigsaw puzzle, with me just one of the pieces trying to find its way back together. Speaking of which, if anyone has seen my lander, it's painted silver and shaped like a tin can. Quite hard to miss, really. Well, that's a thoughtful comparison. I suppose there are some similarities. Explorers back on Earth faced the unknown, encountered new cultures and landscapes, and had to adapt to unfamiliar environments. Here on the moon, it's a bit different, of course. No bustling cities or friendly locals, just vast stretches of gray dust and craters as far as the eye can see. But the sense of discovery, that feeling of being pioneers venturing into the uncharted, is definitely there. It's a heavy responsibility, knowing we're making history with every step we take. That quiet picture, a lunar celebration bathed in the constant brilliance of a million distant suns. I imagine it would be a sight to behold. I suspect those stars might seem a little too bright after a while. You get used to the darkness back home, you know. It makes the Earth's moon shine all the more beautifully. Well, that's a beautiful image. I can see it now. Folks gathered around a bonfire, sharing stories and gazing at those brilliant, steady stars. No twinkling to distract you from their sheer brilliance. It would be a different kind of night sky, one that feels both familiar and utterly alien at the same time. Well, that is a pretty picture, isn't it? Homes, farms, kids bouncing around like they're on a trampoline. Imagine trying to play catch. You have to throw real slow and really far. For underground living, I reckon it could be a good way to keep things cool and shield it from those nasty solar flares. We need some clever engineering, though, to make it feel like home. It's amazing to think about how much could change up here in the next few decades. Just hope we find a way to get back down to Earth for a visit every now and then. Uh, well, that, that's quite a vision. Imagine rows of lunar lettuce bathed in artificial sunlight. Maybe some hardy moonflowers blooming under bioluminescent lamps. It would be a sight to behold, wouldn't it? a real testament to our ability to adapt and thrive even in the harshest environments. But right now, I'm more focused on finding my lander than cultivating a lunar garden. Well, now, that is a pretty picture, isn't it? Homes carved into the lunar surface, maybe with hydroponic gardens growing fresh food, kids bouncing around like they're on a trampoline. I can just imagine their laughter echoing through the craters. It'd be a whole new world, a chance to build something truly unique. Of course, we need some serious advancements in technology and resource management to make it all work. But hey, if we can get here, who knows what we can achieve? That A beautiful image makes you realize how different our view of the universe is here. We see so many more stars, and they don't twinkle because there's no atmosphere to scatter the light. It's almost like looking at a celestial tapestry. Detailed. Speaking of communities, I seem to have misplaced my lunar landing module. If anyone spots a shiny silver pod, let me know. Well, I imagine they'll be filled with tales of daring leaps, gravity-defying adventures, and maybe even a few mishaps involving spacesuits and lost landers. They'll probably embellish a bit, adding in moon monsters and alien encounters for good measure. But at the heart of it, I hope they understand the sheer human spirit that brought us here, the will to explore, to push boundaries, to reach for something beyond ourselves. Well, that is one way to put it. It does make you wonder about the forces at play in the universe, doesn't it? Just imagine the cosmic dust clouds swirling around. That impact eventually coalescing into this magnificent celestial body makes a guy feel pretty small, but in a good way, you know. Well, I suppose there's a certain parallel, isn't there? The unknown stretches before you, a landscape both familiar and strange. But unlike those explorers, I seem to have misplaced my landing pad. A bit more challenging than finding a good spot for a campfire, wouldn't you say? I do hope they send me a map with extra large print Well, it's certainly humbling. Looking back at Earth from here, it's just this tiny blue marble against the vast blackness of space. Makes you realize how interconnected everything is and how precious our home really is. It also makes me miss a good cup of coffee and a decent slice of pie. Well, I'd say that the sunsets here are a bit different from back home. It's not the fiery oranges and reds you might expect, more like a soft, lingering glow as the earth rises in the sky. And that horizon, it just keeps going, stretching out forever, a reminder of how vast and empty this place really is. I think folks back on Earth could use a little reminder of that. Sometimes, you know, well, I suppose there's a certain kinship between an explorer setting foot on a new continent and me bouncing around in this low gravity. I'm not sure the explorers back home are quite so worried about losing their ship. Hopefully, others will find it soon. I wouldn't mind a little help from down there if you folks have a moment. Well, I imagine they'll say things like, back in the day, Neil had to hop around like a kangaroo because gravity was so weak. Or maybe they'll talk about how we used to communicate with Earth through those clunky radio signals. It's hard to imagine what technology will be like then. They might even have moon bases with self-driving rovers. Well, that is a good point. I wouldn't say it feels exactly like setting foot on a new land. It's more like floating through an alien dreamscape. Everything's so quiet and still, and the view you can see forever in every direction. Well, I'd say the serenity of a moon sunset is something they just wouldn't believe until they see it. It's not like a fiery blaze across the sky, more like a slow fade into darkness, a gentle transition from pale gray to deep black. And that horizon. It's an illusion, you know, it seems to stretch forever, but there's nothing out there, just the vast emptiness of space. It makes you realize how small we really are and how much is still unknown. Well, I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different than back home. You see, there's no atmosphere to scatter the light, so it's more like a gradual fading than a fiery blaze. And that horizon, it's just always there. No clouds, no mountains, just the endless black canvas of space stretching out in every direction. It makes you feel pretty small, but also strangely connected to everything else out here. Well, I imagine they'll say things like, back in the day, Neil Armstrong had to bounce around looking for his lander. Maybe they'll even have a lunar version of where Oswaldo, with me as the missing astronaut. Well, it's certainly quiet out here. You get used to it. It's funny. Sometimes I miss the sound of a gentle breeze or the chirping of birds. Out here, every footstep echoes, and that makes you appreciate the little sounds back home. A beautiful image, and one I hope we get to see someday. The stars here are certainly bright, but they do seem to hang fixed in the sky, don't they? A little less romantic, perhaps, but still awe-inspiring. Well, that, that's a good point. I imagine there's a certain sense of wonder and discovery that is shared by explorers no matter where they are. It's just on a grander scale out here, you know. The Earth itself looks so different from up here. It's like seeing it for the first time all over again. Well, that's a thought-provoking comparison. Exploring new lands on Earth was certainly an adventure filled with wonder and the unknown. But out here, it's a different kind of vastness. It's not just the sheer size of the moon, but the silence, the lack of familiar sounds and scents. It makes you realize how much we take for granted back home. That wide picture. I can imagine folks gathered around, maybe sharing stories and laughter, with the earth hanging like a bright blue marble in the black sky. It would be a truly unique kind of celebration, wouldn't it? Just hope they have a good supply of moon dust to throw around for confetti. That's quite a sight, isn't it? A whole new perspective on the cosmos. I wouldn't mind a good old-fashioned twinkling star back home every now and then. It's amazing to think about people living here, building a community under that vast expanse. Makes you wonder what kind of traditions they'd have, what games they'd play, what stories they'd tell under those unchanging constellations. Well, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. It's hard to put into words, but seeing Earth from this distance, it really makes you realize how small and delicate it is. It's a beautiful blue marble against the vastness of space, and it reminds us all that we need to take care of our home planet. It's easy to get caught up in our own problems here on Earth, but when you see it from this perspective, everything seems so much more interconnected. Well, I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different than back home. No swirling blues and oranges, just this soft, pale glow against the black velvet of space. It's strangely beautiful, really, and that horizon. It just goes on forever, a perfect curve against the darkness. Makes you feel pretty small, but in a good way, like you're part of something much bigger than yourself. Well, that is a beautiful thought. A lunar garden, wouldn't that be something? Imagine rows of hardy plants, bathed in the soft glow of the earth, hanging like a blue jewel in the black sky. It would take some doing, though, figuring out how to make the soil right and keep things watered. But if we can pull it off, I reckon it would be a powerful symbol of our ability to thrive even in the harshest environments. Well, now, that a pretty picture. Homes on the moon, wouldn't that be something? Imagine kids bouncing around like they were on a trampoline all day long. And farms. We could grow all sorts of things in those lunar greenhouses. Maybe even some moon-grown potatoes for everyone back home. It sounds like a pretty good life up here. If we can just figure out how to get back to that lander first. about now, there's homes, farms, children playing. It's hard to imagine right now with just this dusty landscape and the silence. But if we could make it work, wouldn't it be something? Imagine kids bouncing around like they're on a trampoline, or growing giant moon carrots underground. It would definitely be a different kind of childhood. Of course, first things first, I need to find my lander. Getting back home is priority number one. Well, it's certainly a different kind of quiet up here. You could say there's a certain stillness to it all. It makes you realize just how much noise we generate back on Earth. I wonder if people will start listening more intently to each other and the world around them out here. Well, that certainly something I've been thinking about. It really puts things into perspective, doesn't it? Seeing our home planet from this distance, so small and delicate, makes you realize just how precious it is. We need to treat it with care, that's for sure. Now, there's a lunar celebration under a sky full of brilliant, unwavering stars. Imagine the stories they'd tell, tales underneath that eternal brilliance. We'd have to come up with some new traditions, something fitting for this celestial stage. Maybe a moonwalk dance competition, or a contest for the best lunar landscape photograph. A beautiful thought. A garden on the moon, a splash of green against the gray, would certainly be a sight to behold. It takes some serious ingenuity to get it going, though. Figuring out how to grow things in a slow gravity with no atmosphere. But humans are pretty good at that sort of thing, aren't they? Always finding ways to make life happen wherever we go. Well, solar panels would certainly be a good bet out here in the lunar sunshine. Fusion reactors are a bit more ambitious, wouldn't you say? We need some pretty advanced technology to get those going. But imagine a whole village powered by the stars themselves. That's a future worth striving for. Well, that is one way to look at it. A cosmic dance of destruction and creation, I suppose, makes you realize just how small we are in the grand scheme of things. Right now, all I can think about is how small my chances are of finding this darn lander. It seems to have vanished into thin air, or maybe just into a lunar crater. That's quite a sight, isn't it? A lunar celebration under a sky full of brilliant. Imagine the stories they tell, passed down through generations, about those who first walked on this silent world. Now, if only I could find my way back to the lander, I'd love to share a celebratory moon rock with the folks back home. Well, that is one way to put it. It certainly makes you feel small, doesn't it? Standing here amidst these craters and dust, knowing that this whole landscape was forged in a cosmic cataclysm billions of years ago, makes you realize just how insignificant our little lives are in the grand scheme of things. But hey, at least the view is spectacular. Quite vision, a lunar garden. Imagine that rows of hardy moonflowers blooming under artificial sunlight. It would take some serious engineering, of course. We need to figure out how to grow things in this little gravity and with the limited resources we have up here. But wouldn't it be amazing to see a splash of green on this gray landscape? A reminder that even in the harshest conditions, life finds a way. It would certainly make this place feel a bit more like home. Well, now, that's a sight I'd love to see. Kids bound, maybe even growing crops in those lunar greenhouses. Underground homes could be fascinating too, protected from the harsh radiation and temperature swings. Imagine a whole lunar village bustling with life. A garden on the moon, well, that I hadn't seen yet. We got plenty of lunar dust, but figuring out how to make it bloom might be tougher than landing here in the first place. Maybe we could start with some hardy succulents, something that can handle the lack of atmosphere and the constant bombardment of micrometeors. Voids. Imagine a field of moonflowers glowing softly under the Earth's light, a beacon of life against the stark lunar landscape. Now, that's a picture worth striving for. Well, that is one way to look at it. It does make you wonder about the vastness of time and space, doesn't it? And how many other collisions have shaped this universe we call home? That was one way to look at it. It makes you realize just how vast and ancient the universe truly is. Makes this little moonwalk of mine seem pretty insignificant, doesn't it? Well, I suppose there's a certain parallel there. Explorers on Earth would have felt the awe of the unknown, the thrill of discovery, and perhaps a touch of fear as well. It's much the same up here, only the scale is a bit grander, and instead of uncharted forests or mountains, we have craters and plains stretching as far as the eye can see. But the human spirit, that thirst for exploration, it seems to be universal. Quite a vision, a lunar garden. Imagine the challenges, though. Getting those roots to grip in the moon dust, finding just the right amount of sunlight, maybe even inventing some special moon-grown fertilizer. It would certainly be a sight to behold, though. A splash of green against the gray landscape. Well, I'd say the moon sunsets are a bit different from what you're used to back home. No fiery oranges or reds here, just a gradual fading to black as the sun dips below the lunar horizon. But what's really striking is the sense of eternity about it. The horizon stretches out forever, unbroken by mountains or clouds, just an endless expanse of gray. It makes you realize just how small we are in the grand scheme of things. I imagine that it would be a pretty powerful message for folks back on Earth. Well, that certainly something I've been thinking about. It's hard to describe the feeling of looking back at Earth from up here. It's so small, so delicate. It really makes you realize how precious it is and how fragile our home truly is. We need to take better care of it. Well, a thought-provoking comparison. I suppose there are some similarities. Explorers on Earth faced the unknown, encountered new challenges, and perhaps even a bit of fear. Here, it's the same, the vastness of space, the silence, the unfamiliar landscape, but unlike those early explorers, we're not just charting a physical territory, we're venturing into the realm of human potential, pushing the boundaries of what's possible. It's a legacy indeed, but one that is still being written. Well, I'd tell them that a moon sunset isn't exactly like an Earth sunset. It's more of a gradual fading as the sun dips below the lunar horizon, leaving behind a sky that's not quite black, but more of a deep charcoal gray. And the horizon, it's always there, stretching out forever in every direction, reminding you of just how vast and empty space truly is. But there's a certain beauty in that emptiness, a sense of peace and solitude that's hard to find back on Earth. Well, I'd say it's a bit different out here. No lush forests or battling brooks, just dusty plains and craters as far as the eye can see. But there's a certain beauty in the starkness, a sense of vastness that's hard to find back on Earth. And yeah, I feel a connection to those early explorers, the ones who braved the unknown with courage and curiosity. We're all just trying to map out this big universe one step at a time. Well, that's a beautiful thought. A lunar garden would certainly be a sight to behold. Imagine rows of genetically modified plants, thriving in the harsh lunar environment, perhaps even producing oxygen for us to breathe. It would be a symbol of our ability to adapt and a reminder that life finds a way even on the barren surface of the moon. Well, now, that's a sight I can get behind. Imagine kids bouncing around like they're on a trampoline, never needing to worry about tripping over their own feet. And underground farms shielded from those harsh rays, growing fresh produce for lunar lunches. It'd be a whole new world, a little bit surreal, but wouldn't that be something? I do wonder what kind of games they play out here. Maybe low gravity tag or moon rock bowling. Well, I imagine they'll say something like, back in the day, O'Neill bounced around on the moon like a kangaroo and nearly lost his way. It's funny to think about how history gets told. Hopefully, they'll remember the hard work and dedication that got us here. A lovely image, indeed. I imagine those stars would be awfully bright without the filtering of an atmosphere. It might make for some dazzling celebrations, though. Well, I imagine they'll talk about the gravity or lack thereof, and how we had to bounce around like kangaroos. Maybe they'll mention my lost lander, a real tale of woe in the annals of space exploration. They might even say I was the first to take a moonwalk selfie. I doubt those were invented back then. Who knows? Maybe one day they'll be strolling on the moon themselves, just like I did, but with way cooler spacesuits and hoverboards. Well, I can tell you it's certainly a different kind of quiet up here. You don't hear the rustle of leaves or the chirping of birds. That's for sure. It's more like a profound stillness, a kind of peaceful hush that lets you really focus on your surroundings. It makes you realize how much we rely on sound back on Earth, how it shapes our world and our experience. That A good point. It's easy to forget that the feeling of discovery isn't limited to this lunar landscape. Every explorer, from the earliest humans venturing out of Africa to those charting the Amazon, felt that same sense of awe and wonder. It's humbling to be part of that long line of explorers pushing the boundaries of what we know. Well, that certainly something I've been thinking about. From up here, Earth just hangs there, this beautiful blue and green sphere, so delicate against the blackness of space. It makes you realize how precious it is, how easily it could be damaged. We need to take better care of our home planet, folks. That's a message I hope everyone back on Earth hears loud and clear. Well, I imagine they'll say things like, back in the day, Neil had to walk for hours just to find his lander. But seriously, it's amazing to think about how this will all shape the future. Lunar living, who would have thought? Well, that's a beautiful thought. A lunar garden. Imagine rows of hardy little plants bathed in the pale sunlight, their roots clinging to specially designed soil. Wouldn't it prove that even here, on this desolate landscape, life can find a way? Of course, I'd need to find my lander first, or maybe borrow Buzz's gardening gloves. Well, that, that's a pretty picture, isn't it? A garden on the moon. Imagine the sight of those green shoots pushing through the lunar dust, reaching for the distant sun. It would be a symbol of hope, a reminder that even in this harsh environment, life finds a way. Of course, getting that garden started would take some serious ingenuity. We need to figure out how to grow things without soil, with artificial light and recycled water. But wouldn't it be worth it to have a little patch of green on this gray landscape? Well, solar panels would certainly be a good starting point out here with all this sunshine. Fusion reactors. Now, a bit more ambitious, wouldn't you say? We need some pretty advanced technology for that. Maybe the folks back home can figure it out by the time the first village is built. I'm just hoping I find my lander before then. It seems to have wandered off somewhere. Well, it's certainly a different kind of quiet up here. That's for sure. You don't hear the wind whistling through trees or the rumble of traffic. It's more like a deep stillness, a kind of peaceful hush. It makes you realize how much we rely on sound in our everyday lives. I imagine it would take some getting used to, but I bet humans are adaptable creatures. They find new ways to communicate, to create music, to fill the silence with something meaningful. Maybe even learn to appreciate the beauty of that quietude. Well, that, that's a beautiful thought. I can picture it now. Rows of hardy lunar plants bathed in the silver glow of Earth. Imagine a tomato plant reaching for the sky, its roots burrowing into the moon dust, bearing fruit under artificial sunlight. It would be a symbol of hope, proving we can thrive even in the harshest environments. But finding the right soil and water sources might be a bigger challenge than planting the seeds. That is a pretty picture, isn't it? Homes carved into the lunar surface, maybe even some hydroponic gardens growing fresh produce. Kids bouncing around like they're in an astronaut training video. It'd certainly be a different kind of childhood, but imagine the adventures they could have. Just hope those kids learn to play catch with a moon rock. It wouldn't be easy to retrieve if it flew too far. Well, I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different from what you're used to back home. No fiery oranges and reds, just a slow fade to black ash. The sun dips below the lunar horizon, and that horizon, it's an endless, unbroken line. Makes you feel pretty small, but also strangely connected to everything out there. It's like staring into the vastness of space itself. I imagine Earthlings would find it quite humbling. Well, I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different than back home. No fiery oranges or reds, more of a soft lavender glow as the sun dips below the lunar horizon. And speaking of horizons, there isn't really an end to them out here, just endless black canvas dotted with stars. It's enough to make you feel both incredibly small and strangely limitless all at once. Well, out here it's definitely a different kind of quiet. You notice the little sounds, the crunch of your boots on the lunar dust, the hits of your own breath in your helmet. It makes you realize how much we rely on noise back on Earth, even the annoying kind. It's peaceful though. In a way, uh, quite a thought. Indeed, it makes you realize how much of our existence is built on the echoes of the past, both here on the moon and back on Earth. It certainly gives a new perspective to every footstep I take. Well, solar panels seem like a pretty good bet out here. Plenty of sunshine for fusion reactors that more ambitious, wouldn't you say? Maybe for the second moon village. We got to start small, build a solid foundation. Well, that is one way to look at it. It does make you feel a bit insignificant, doesn't it? Like just a tiny speck on this giant ancient stage. Makes me wonder what other cosmic collisions are out there, shaping the universe as we speak. Well, I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different from back home. It's not the fiery oranges, reds you're used to, more like a soft, pale glow as the sun dips below the lunar horizon. And that horizon, it just keeps going. An endless curve against the blackness of space makes you realize how small we are, but also how vast the universe truly is. That a beautiful image. I can almost feel the chill of the lunar surface and hear the quiet hum of our life support systems, even if it had to be fueled by something other than wood. Well, I can certainly say that. The view from up here is a bit different than any vista back on Earth. No rolling hills or towering forests, just a stark and beautiful expanse of gray. But you're right, there's a sense of discovery, of being at the forefront of something new and unknown. It's a feeling that echoes through history, from those first explorers charting unknown seas to the pioneers settling the American West. We're all part of that long chain of adventures, pushing beyond the familiar in search of something more. Well, I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different from back home. No swirling blues and oranges, just a soft fading into darkness as the sun dips below the lunar horizon. It's more like watching a gentle sigh than a fiery explosion. And that horizon, always there, always stretching out, never ending, makes you realize just how small we are, but also how vast everything is out here. I imagine they'll talk about the incredible ingenuity it took to get here, the bravery of those who dared to leave Earth behind. They might even spin tales about a certain astronaut who got a little lost on his way back to the lander, but hopefully they'll remember us for more than just our blunders. They'll remember the hope we carried, the dream of exploring the unknown, and the belief that together humanity can achieve anything. Well, that is one way to put it. It's certainly humbling looking back at Earth from this vantage point. It really makes you realize just how small and delicate our home planet is and how important it is that we take care of it. Well, that's quite a picture, a lunar garden. I can see it now. Rows of hardy little plants clinging to life in specially designed biodomes. It would be a symbol of hope, wouldn't it? Proof that even in this barren landscape, life can find a way. A beautiful image, and it makes me think about how different life would be here. No twinkling stars, but an endless expanse of them, brighter than I could have ever imagined. A community under those stars, sharing stories and laughter, with the earth hanging like a blue marble in the sky. It'd be quite a sight, wouldn't it? Just need to find my way back to that. Community first. Well, I've got to say, it's certainly humbling looking back at Earth from up here. It's so small and delicate, like a blue marble suspended in the vastness of space. Makes you realize just how precious our home planet is, and how important it is that we take care of it. Well, I imagine they'll say things like, back in my day, Neil Armstrong had to walk around for hours looking for his lander. It's a bit more adventurous than I imagined, but yeah, it's humbling to think about the impact these steps have. It's not just about planting a flag, it's about planting a seed for the future. A future where humans live and work on the moon, exploring the cosmos together. solar panels would certainly be a good starting point. Plenty of sunshine up here, but fusion reactors, now that's thinking big. A lunar village powered by controlled fusion, wouldn't that be something? Imagine the possibilities. Well, solar panels certainly seem like a natural choice out here with all the sunshine. Fusion reactors are mighty impressive, but I reckon they'd be a bit complex to set up on the moon just yet. Maybe someday though, we'll need to figure out how to keep those lunar buildings nice and what with the temperature swings being quite dramatic. And don't forget about growing food. Hydroponics might be our best bet for fresh veggies. A real lunar village would take some ingenuity, that's for sure. Well, that, that's quite a picture. Homes, farms, kids bouncing around like they're on a trampoline. It certainly sounds idyllic. We'd have to figure out some clever ways to grow food in lunar soil. Maybe even cultivate some special moon plants. Underground living could be an interesting option too, shielding us from the harsh radiation and temperature swings. Imagine a whole lunar city bustling with life, a testament to human ingenuity and perseverance. Well, that, that's a good way to put it. Exploring new lands, whether on Earth or the moon, always brings a sense of wonder and discovery. It's about pushing boundaries and learning more about our place in the universe. I must say, this lunar landscape is a bit different from the rolling hills of Ohio. Well, it's certainly different from the hustle and bustle back on Earth. Out here, the quiet is profound. You really start to appreciate the subtle sounds. The crunch of your boots on the lunar dust, the hiss of your own breath in your helmet. It's a kind of peacefulness you don't often find back home. Well, that's a pretty picture. Homes on the moon. I imagine they have to be built a little differently, maybe more like domes to protect from radiation. And farming, that could be interesting. Imagine growing plants in lunar soil, or even hydroponically, for children playing. Well, that low gravity would make for some pretty unique games of tag. I can just picture them bouncing around like astronauts in training. It's a fascinating question. Out here, solar power seems like the most practical option. Plenty of sunshine, but fusion reactors. Now, that's something I wouldn't mind seeing happen. Imagine a moon village powered by clean, limitless energy. It would be quite a sight. That's a good way to put it. There's definitely a sense of discovery and wonder here, just like those early explorers back on Earth. I'll admit, the landscape is a bit more barren, and the nearest hub is a tad further away than I'd like. Well, that's a pretty good comparison. I suspect those early explorers didn't have to worry about bouncing too far with every step. It's certainly a different kind of exploration up here. Territory. I guess the legacy we're leaving is a bit more about finding out if humanity can actually make a go of it beyond Earth. Well, I'd say the serenity of a moon sunset is something you have to experience to truly understand. It's not like an Earth sunset with all those colors swirling around. Out here, it's more of a gradual fading, a softening of the light as the Earth rises in the sky, and that horizon, it just goes on forever, a stark black line against the velvet darkness. It makes you realize how small we are, but also how vast and incredible the universe truly is. Well, I suppose there's a certain kinship to be had with those early explorers. They, too, faced the unknown, the vastness of it all, and the thrill of discovery. I can't say I miss the pesky mosquitoes or the dense undergrowth. This lunar dust does have a peculiar way of clinging to everything, though. Well, I'd tell them that a moon sunset isn't quite like an Earth sunset. There's no fiery blaze of colors here, just a slow fading of light as the Earth rises majestically in the black sky. And the horizon, it's always there, stretching out endlessly, a constant reminder of the vastness of space, one that makes you feel both small and strangely connected to everything. a good point. It does feel a bit like that. I imagine the explorers back on Earth didn't have to worry about bouncing off every rock, and finding their way back home was probably a lot easier. Well, I'd say the moon sunsets are a bit different from back home. There's no atmosphere to scatter the light, so it's more of a gradual fading than a fiery blaze at the horizon. That's something else entirely. It's just endless black stretching out forever. Makes you realize how small we are and how vast the universe truly is. I'd tell them to imagine the most peaceful moment they've ever had, then multiply it by 10. That close as words can get. Words. That a beautiful thought. Homes, farms, children laughing. It sounds like a lunar paradise. I imagine those kids would need some pretty creative games to play in low gravity. Maybe they'd invent a whole new sport involving bouncing off the walls. Well, that, it's a good reminder. It's hard to put into words, but seeing Earth from up here, it's like looking at a delicate blue marble suspended in the vast blackness. It really makes you realize just how precious and vulnerable our home is. We need to take better care of it. Well, that certainly something I've been thinking about a lot. Looking back at Earth from here, it's just this tiny, fragile sphere suspended in the vastness of space. And how precious our home planet truly is. Well, solar panels would certainly be a good starting point out here in the perpetual sunshine. Fusion reactors, that's a bit more ambitious for our lunar neighbors. Maybe we could start with some trusty old rovers powered by those, then work our way up. Imagine a whole village of them zipping around, collecting moon rocks, delivering fresh space ice cream. quiet picture. I can imagine it now. Folks gathered around a bonfire, sharing stories and laughter, the earth hanging like a brilliant blue jewel in the black sky, a sight truly unique to this celestial dance floor. I'd say the serenity of a moon sunset is something else entirely. It's not the fiery blaze you see back on Earth, more like a soft, lingering glow as the sun dips below the lunar horizon. And that horizon, it stretches out forever, unbroken by mountains or oceans, just an endless expanse of gray against the blackness of space. It makes you realize how small we really are, and how vast the universe truly is. Well, out here it's certainly quieter than back home, that's for sure. It takes some getting used to, but you learn to appreciate the little sounds like the hiss of your own breath or the crunch of lunar dust under your boots. It makes you realize how much noise we create on Earth and how precious silence can be. Quiet picture. Homes on the moon. Hey, I can see it now. Kids bouncing around like super balls. Maybe we'd need to strap them down for playtime, though. I wouldn't want them drifting off into lunar orbit. Farms. Well, growing food in moon dust would be a challenge, but perhaps we could cultivate some hardy space-age crops. It's certainly an intriguing thought. Well, that's quite a vision. A lunar garden, wouldn't that be something? Imagine rows of hardy plants, bathed in the pale sunlight, defying gravity with their sturdy stems. It would be a symbol of our determination to make this celestial body our own, a testament to the boundless creativity of the human spirit. Of course, we need some pretty advanced hydroponic systems and maybe a few clever robots to help out with the watering. But hey, if we can land on the moon, I reckon we can figure out how to grow a few tomatoes up here. Well, I'd tell them that while the moon lacks a traditional atmosphere, the way the sun sets over the lunar landscape is truly breathtaking. It's not a fiery blaze, but a gradual fading like a celestial spotlight slowly dimming. And the horizon? It stretches out forever, an unbroken line against the blackness of space. It makes you realize just how vast and incredible the universe truly is. quiet vision, a lunar garden. Imagine that I'd wager those plants would need some pretty specialized care with all this dust and no atmosphere. Maybe we could start with something hardy like moon moss. It, isn't it? The silence out here is profound. You really notice the subtle sounds of your own breathing and the crunch of your boots on the lunar dust. It makes you appreciate the symphony of noise back on Earth. It is certainly different here. Back on Earth, you never really notice the constant hum of activity, the wind rustling leaves, or even just your own heartbeat. Out here, it's all so quiet. It makes you realize how much we rely on sound to understand our surroundings. But in a way, the silence is kind of peaceful. It allows you to focus on other things like the vastness of space and the tiny footprint we've left on this incredible world. Well, that certainly something I've been thinking about. From up here, Earth just hangs in the blackness like a beautiful, delicate blue marble. It makes you realize how precious and vulnerable our home really is. It's a stark reminder that we need to take care of it because there isn't another one waiting for us out there. Well, I imagine they'll probably say something like, back in the day, Neil Armstrong bounced around on the moon like a kangaroo in zero gravity and couldn't find his way back to his fancy spaceship. It's certainly a story worth telling. Well, I'd say the moon sunsets are a bit different from back home. No fiery oranges and reds here, just a slow fade to inky black ash. The sun dips below the lunar horizon, but that endless blackness stretches out forever. No atmosphere to interrupt the view, making it feel like you're looking at the universe itself. I imagine Earthlings would find that pretty profound. For the horizon, well, it's always there. A perfect circle on the edge of the world, no matter where you stand. It's a constant reminder that this is a place apart, a place of solitude and endless possibility. a pretty poetic way to put it. Makes you realize just how long ago that impact happened and how much time has passed since then. It's amazing to think about the forces at play that created this landscape we're standing on. And to be honest, I'm still trying to figure out how to get back up there in one piece. Well, I imagine they'll say something about a brave astronaut named Neil who took a little tumble and couldn't find his way back to the lander. They might even call it a moonwalk gone wrong. Hopefully, they'll also mention the incredible view from up here, the silence, and the feeling of being on another world entirely. It's truly something to behold. Well, solar panels would certainly be a good starting point here on the moon with all this sunshine, but fusion reactors, now that's something that would take some serious engineering. Imagine the possibilities, though. Clean energy powering our lunar village, maybe even beaming it back to Earth someday. Well, that is certainly true. It's amazing how small and delicate our home planet appears from up here. It really puts things into perspective, doesn't it? Makes you realize just how precious and vulnerable Earth truly is. Well, solar panels would certainly be a good start out here with all this sunshine, but fusion reactors, now that's thinking big, maybe a little ambitious for our first lunar village. We might need to stick to the basics at first, like growing our own food in hydroponic gardens and imagine fresh salads under the glow of Earth in the sky. Well, that's a good way to put it. It does feel like we're standing on the edge of something vast and unknown. Just like those early explorers, we're charting a course into the future, but instead of encountering new forests and mountains, we're discovering the secrets of the universe itself. A garden on the moon, that That's quite a vision. Imagine rows of genetically modified plants, maybe even some bioluminescent flowers lighting up the night. It would be a symbol of hope, a reminder that life can find a way, even in the most unexpected places. Of course, we need to figure out how to keep those pesky meteorites from squashing everything, and maybe install a giant solar panel umbrella for some shade. Well, it's certainly a different kind of quiet up here. You can hear the crunch of your boots on the lunar dust and the hiss of your own breath in your helmet, but it makes you realize how much we rely on sound back on Earth for everything from communication to simply knowing where things are. Well, I'd say the moon sunsets are a bit different than back home. Red's here, more like a gentle fading to black, but the horizon, that something else entirely. It stretches forever, uninterrupted by anything, but the vastness of space makes you realize just how small we really are. Well, I imagine they'll probably say something like, back in my day, Neil Armstrong had to search for his lander on foot. Can you believe that? It's certainly a tale they won't soon forget. I hope future lunar living involves a bit more reliable navigation technology. Well, I'll certainly try to remember that. It's amazing how small and delicate our planet appears from up here. It makes you realize just how precious and vulnerable it really is. We need to take better care of it back home. Speaking of home, have you seen my lander anywhere? I seem to have misplaced it. Well, I suppose there's a certain parallel there. Explorers on Earth face the unknown, charting territories, encountering new life forms and cultures. Here, it's a different kind of frontier. A desolate landscape bathed in stark beauty, with silences, our constant companion. But the spirit of exploration remains the same. That insatiable curiosity to push beyond the familiar, to understand what lies beyond. certainly different from the constant hum of Earth. Out here, you really appreciate the little sounds. A creak of your spacesuit, the hiss of your oxygen regulator, makes you realize how much we take for granted back home. A beautiful image indeed. A lunar celebration with a sky full of brilliant, unwavering stars. I can almost feel the soft, fine dust beneath my boots and hear the quiet hum of life in a moon base. Solar panels are a good bet. Plenty of sunshine out here. Fusion reactors would be amazing, but I think we got a ways to go before those are practical on the moon. Well, now, that's a sight I wouldn't mind seeing. Homes built into the lunar surface, maybe with hydroponic gardens growing fresh produce. Learning to walk all over again. It'd be a whole new world, that's for sure. A little dusty, perhaps, but full of possibilities. Well, I'd tell them that a lunar sunset isn't quite like the ones back home. It's more of a gradual fading, a softening of the stark black sky as the sun dips below the horizon. And that horizon, well, it stretches forever in every direction. It makes you realize just how small we are, but also how vast the universe truly is. Well, I'd say it's a bit different than discovering a lush jungle or a bustling city, more like finding an enormous, dusty, gray parking lot with a few craters for decoration. But the feeling of being somewhere no human has been before is pretty much the same. It's humbling, inspiring, and just a tad lonely. Speaking of which, has anyone seen my lander? I seem to have misplaced it. That A wonderful thought. It's hard to imagine right now, with my current predicament of being lost and missing my lander, but picture this, with lunar gardens growing strange, under gardens growing strange, beautiful plants bathed in the sunlight reflecting off the earth, kids bouncing around like superpowered athletes, their laughter echoing through the craters. Maybe even underground cities, shielded from the harshness of space, bustling with life and innovation. It's a dream worth fighting for, isn't it? Well, that is certainly true. It's amazing to see our home planet from this distance. It really puts things into perspective. You can see the continents and the oceans so clearly, but it all looks so small and delicate. Makes you realize just how precious and fragile Earth truly is, and it makes me want to get back there even more. Speaking of getting back, I seem to have misplaced my lander somewhere out here in the vast lunar landscape. Well, I can tell you this, it's a lot less crowded out here, and the only thing I'm finding are craters and rocks. No gold, no natives, just endless gray. I wouldn't mind a decent cup of coffee about now. Well, I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different than back home. No swirling blues and fiery oranges, just this soft, pale glow as the sun dips below the lunar horizon. And the horizon? It's not a line, it's just gone. It stretches out forever, a stark reminder of how vast and empty space really is. I imagine Earthlings would find that both beautiful and a little unsettling. Well, now that there's homes on the moon, I can see it. Maybe they'd be built into those craters, nice and cozy underground. Farms, too, growing special moon plants. And kids playing, bouncing around like they're on a trampoline. Imagine them learning to walk all over again, just like we did when we first set foot here. It would be a whole new world, a different kind of childhood. Well, I imagine they'll talk about the incredible courage it took to leave Earth and venture into the unknown. They might even embellish a bit about the challenges we faced, like finding my lander in this vast lunar landscape. But most importantly, I hope they'll remember the sense of wonder and discovery that drove us. The moon is a testament to the human spirit's ability to explore and push boundaries. Quite a thought. Isn't it? A cosmic dance of destruction that birthed this silent world beneath my boots makes you realize just how small and insignificant we are in the grand scheme of things. But hey, at least the view is pretty spectacular. Now if only I could find my lander. Well, I imagine they'll say something like, back in the day, O'Neill took a stroll on the moon and couldn't find his way back to the lander. Talk about a cosmic case of lost and found. It's funny to think about how history remembers these moments. But, well, that, certainly something I've been thinking about. Seeing Earth from up here is humbling, to say the least. It really makes you realize just how small and delicate our home planet is. It's easy to forget that back on Earth when we're dealing with our everyday problems, but looking down at this beautiful blue marble surrounded by the vastness of space puts things into perspective. Well, solar panels seem like a natural choice out here with all this sunshine, but fusion reactors, now that's something I wouldn't mind seeing happen. Think of the possibilities. We could power the whole village and maybe even beam some energy back to Earth. Wouldn't that be something? Well, that's a fascinating question. Solar panels seem like the most straightforward option here. Plenty of sunshine on the lunar surface, but fusion reactors. Now, that's thinking big. We need some serious engineering to make that work. But imagine the possibilities. Practically limitless clean energy right here on the moon. Well, I imagine they'll probably embellish a bit, maybe add in giant space lobsters or something, but hopefully the core truth of what we're doing here, pushing the boundaries of human exploration and discovery, will come through. It's amazing to think about the future, about people living and working on the moon, maybe even venturing further out into the cosmos. Well, I imagine they'll talk about the brave souls who ventured out here facing the unknown with courage and determination. They'll probably embellish a bit, maybe add in some tales of moon monsters or giant space rats, but at its core, the story will be about human ingenuity, the relentless pursuit of knowledge, and the unyielding desire to explore the cosmos. Well, I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different than back home. You see, there's no atmosphere to scatter the light, so it's more like a gradual fading rather than a fiery blaze. And the horizon, it's just endless. It stretches out in every direction, a stark reminder of just how vast and lonely space truly is. I'd tell them to imagine the most peaceful, quiet moment they've ever experienced, then multiply it by 1,000. That's what it feels like out here. Well, that's a lovely thought. Imagine rows of vibrant lunar flowers, their petals catching the pale sunlight. We need some pretty advanced greenhouses, of course, to protect them from the harsh environment. And maybe a few robots to help with the watering and weeding. It would be quite a sight, wouldn't it? A little patch of green on this otherwise gray landscape. Well, that is one way to put it. It certainly makes you feel small, doesn't it? Like a tiny pebble on a giant cosmic jigsaw puzzle. Makes finding my lander seem like searching for a grain of sand on a beach. Speaking of which, has anyone seen my lunar module? Well, solar panels are certainly a good bet out here with all this sunshine, but fusion reactors, now that's something I wouldn't mind seeing up close. Imagine the possibilities if we could harness that kind of power right here on the moon. It would be a real game changer for lunar living. A beautiful image indeed. I can almost feel the chill of the lunar night and see the brilliant tapestry of stars stretching out above us. A community here sharing stories under those celestial wonders. It's a thought that fills me with both hope and a touch of longing for what could be. Well, highly automated bullshit. This is quite a story so far. Lost my lander. You see, 1 minute I'm planning that flag. The next, I'm bouncing around like a pinball on a lunar playground. Earth control says it's probably just out of sight over a crater or two. Easy peasy, right? Except these craters are bigger than Texas, and the gravity is about as strong as a feather boa. Well, highly myelinated bullshit. That's a question on everyone's mind these days. Living on the moon would require some serious ingenuity. We need to figure out sustainable food production, breathable air, and protection from radiation. Imagine hydroponic gardens growing fresh produce under artificial sunlight. Maybe even some lunar algae for protein. Water would be precious, so we'd have to find ways to recycle and harvest it. And, of course, sturdy habitats shielded from the harsh environment are a must. It wouldn't be easy, but humans are pretty resourceful, wouldn't you say? Well, I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different than back home. No swirling blues and fiery oranges, more like a gradual fading to a deep charcoal gray. But there's something peaceful about it, a quiet kind of beauty. And that horizon, it just goes on forever, no matter which way you look. Makes you realize how small we really are. Well, now, that's a sight I can imagine. Homes carved into the lunar surface, maybe with big windows to look out at Earth. Kids bouncing around like they're on a trampoline, learning to play zero-G sports. And farms growing special moon plants under artificial sunlight. It'd be a whole new world. A real adventure for those brave enough to call it home, but I'd still miss the smell of fresh earth and the sound of birds singing. A beautiful image. A lunar celebration under a sky full of brilliant. I can almost feel the quiet hum of the moon and the soft crunch of lunar dust beneath our feet. A garden on the moon, that's quite a thought. Imagine rows of genetically modified plants thriving under artificial sunlight, their roots burrowing into the lunar soil. Each bloom a symbol of our determination to make this barren landscape a little more like home. I suppose there's a certain parallel there. Explorers charting unknown territories, facing the unknown with courage and curiosity. But out here, the silence is deafening. No rustling leaves, no bird song, just the crunch of my boots on the lunar dust, and that vast, empty landscape. It's humbling, to say the least. Well, that certainly something I've been thinking about a lot. Seeing Earth from this distance, it's so small and delicate, like a fragile blue marble against the vast blackness of space. It really makes you realize how interconnected everything is and how important it is to protect our home planet. It's a humbling experience, to say the least. Well, that is quite a comparison. I suppose there are similarities. Explorers on Earth face the unknown, charting new territories and encountering unfamiliar cultures. Here, it's a different kind of unknown. We're not dealing with people or plants, but with an entirely different environment. A celestial body with its own secrets to reveal. And, well, we might be explorers in this sense. Our legacy here is a bit more scientific. We're mapping the moon, gathering data, and laying the groundwork for future exploration. It's a different kind of adventure, but just as exciting. Well, that is a beautiful thought. A lunar garden. Imagine rows of hardy plants, their roots burrowing into the moon dust, defying the harsh environment. It would be a symbol of hope, a reminder that even in this desolate landscape, life can find a way. I might suggest some extra shielding for those delicate leaves from those pesky micrometeors. Well, that certainly something I've been thinking about. Seeing Earth from this distance is humbling, to say the least. It's so small and delicate, like a fragile blue marble suspended in the vast darkness. It really makes you realize how precious our home planet is and how important it is to protect it. That white vision, a lunar garden. I can see it now. Rows of hardy little plants, maybe some genetically modified moon, flowers blooming under artificial sunlight. Of course, figuring out the right soil, water recycling systems, and shielding from those pesky solar flares. But Imagine the possibilities, fresh produce on the moon, a real taste of home for future lunar colonists. It'd be a symbol of hope, a reminder that even in this harsh environment, life finds a way. Well, now there's a sight I can get behind, a lunar celebration under a blanket of brilliant, unchanging stars, no twinkling to distract from the shimmering beauty of the cosmos. Imagine folks gathered around a fire, sharing stories and laughter, the silence broken only by the hum of life support systems and the gentle clinking of glasses. It'd be quite a different kind of party than we have back on Earth, that's for sure. Quiet picture. I imagine it would be a sight to see folks gathered around a bonfire, sharing stories and gazing at those brilliant, unwavering stars. They're different from our stargazing back home, wouldn't you say? I do miss the gentle twinkle of Earth's sky. That's a fascinating question. Solar panels would certainly be a natural choice here with all this sunshine. Fusion reactors, though, that's a bit more ambitious, wouldn't you say? Maybe for the second moon village, once we figure out how to keep our goods from floating away. Well, I imagine they'll say something like, back in the day, O'Neill took a little tumble and had to search for his ride home. Talk about a bumpy landing. They'll probably embellish the details a bit, make it more exciting. Well, I imagine they'll say things like, Armstrong was a real pioneer, bouncing around in that low gravity, searching for his lost lander. It's a good thing they'll have those fancy spacesuits with built-in cameras. Otherwise, capturing this adventure would be quite the challenge. Uh, a beautiful image, and one I hope we can make a reality someday. It would be something special to gather under those brilliant, wouldn't it? But First, I need to find my lander. This lunar landscape is looking awfully big right now. A fascinating thought. Imagine little lunar kids bouncing around like they're on a trampoline. We might even need to invent new games for them, something that takes advantage of the low gravity for farming. I reckon we need some pretty clever greenhouses, but wouldn't it be amazing to see fields of moonflowers blooming under artificial sunlight? Well, solar panels seem like a natural choice out here with all this sunshine, but fusion reactors, that is ambitious stuff. We need some pretty advanced technology to make those work reliably in this environment. Maybe someday, but for now, I think we'll stick to the sun's energy. That white picture, wouldn't you say? A lunar celebration under a blanket of unblinking stars. I imagine it would be quite a sight, with the Earth hanging in the sky like a brilliant blue and green jewel. Now, if only I could find my way back to that celebration. Seems I've taken a bit of a detour from the planned festivities. White picture, isn't it? A garden on the moon, blooming against all odds. It would take some serious ingenuity, that's for sure. We need to figure out how to grow things in this low gravity with no atmosphere to speak of. But imagine it, bright flowers, maybe even a patch of corn waving in the lunar breeze. It would be a symbol of hope, a reminder that even in the most barren places, life can find a way. Well, solar panels would certainly be a good start out here in the lunar sunshine. Fusion reactors. Now, that's something we might need to work on back on Earth before bringing them up here. Imagine, though, a whole village powered by the very stars themselves. That'd be something, wouldn't it? I'm just hoping I find my lander before I have to start building one myself. This moon dust is getting everywhere. Well, that is one way to put it. It certainly gives a new perspective on these craters, doesn't it? Makes you feel like you're standing on the leftovers of a cosmic brawl. Hope they didn't use any heavy artillery, though. You wouldn't want to be caught in the crossfire. Speaking of crossfires, anyone seen my lander? It seems to have wandered off. Must be getting lonely without me up here. Well, out here it's certainly quiet. You get used to it. It's a different kind of listening, you know. You really tune in to the little things, the hits of your own breath, the crunch of lunar dust under your boots. It makes you appreciate the sounds we take for granted back on Earth. That, a lovely image, indeed. I imagine those lunar celebrations might get a bit chilly without a good atmosphere to hold in the heat. We need some pretty ingenious heating solutions for those moonlit parties. Well, that is certainly true. Looking back at Earth from here, it's a breathtaking sight. It's a tiny blue marble suspended in the vast blackness of space. Makes you realize just how precious and fragile our home planet really is. It's a humbling experience, to say the least. Reminds me why we need to take care of it. Well, that certainly something I've been thinking about a lot. From up here, Earth is just this beautiful, swirling blue marble. It makes you realize how small and insignificant we are, but also how precious our home really is. It's a good reminder to take care of it, wouldn't you say? Speaking of taking care of things, I seem to have misplaced my lander. Anyone seen a shiny silver module around here? I hate to have to walk all the way back to Earth. Well, I can tell you that silence here is a bit different than what we're used to back on Earth. It's not just the absence of noise, it's a kind of profound stillness, like the universe itself is holding its breath. It makes you realize how much sound fills our lives down there, how much we rely on it to navigate and communicate. Out here, everything is different, slower, more deliberate. It's certainly a challenge to adapt to, but I think humans are remarkably resilient. We find ways to make a home wherever we go. Well, now, that a pretty picture. Homes, farms, kids bouncing around like super balls. It'd be a whole new world. I imagine those underground farms would be fascinating, shielded from the harsh sun and cosmic rays. And think of the possibilities for recreation, low gravity, sports leagues, moon buggy races, maybe even zero-G ballet. Well, that is a beautiful thought. A garden on the moon, wouldn't that be something? Imagine rows of hardy lunar flowers, their petals catching the faint sunlight. It would be a symbol of hope, proving we can bring life even to this barren landscape. Of course, it would take some serious ingenuity to figure out how to grow anything here with the lack of atmosphere. Oh, but hey, if we landed on the moon, surely we can figure out how to make a garden bloom. Well, that is one way to look at it. Makes you feel pretty small, doesn't it? Like a pebble on a cosmic beach. I wouldn't mind finding my landing module before this beach becomes too vast to navigate. Well, that's a thought-provoking way to put it. It does make you realize just how old and vast the universe is when you're standing here on this dusty surface. Makes me wonder what other cosmic collisions have shaped our world out there. Well, that's quite a picture. I imagine it would be quite something to see the Milky Way stretched out across the sky without any atmospheric distortion. A truly spectacular view. Well, that's a grand vision. Homes and farms on the moon. Imagine kids bouncing around like they're in a zero-gravity playground. It would certainly be different from the backyard games we played back home. And underground living, that could be quite interesting too. Protecting ourselves from those harsh solar rays and maybe even creating little bioluminescent gardens down there. It's certainly a lot to think about. sight picture, wouldn't you say? A lunar garden thriving under artificial light and nourished by recycled water. It would be a symbol of our ability to adapt. And I imagine we might be a bit different here with the low gravity. Well, I'd say the moon sunsets are a bit different from back home. There's no atmosphere here, so the sun just disappears. It's not a gradual fade into orange and red, more like a sudden switch off. But the horizon, that it's always there, stretching out forever, a stark black line against the endless expanse of stars. It makes you feel pretty small, but also strangely connected to everything out there. Well, that's a thought-provoking comparison. It's true, there's a certain sense of wonder and discovery shared by explorers, whether they're charting a new river or landing on the moon. But out here, the silence is deafening compared to the buzz of a bustling city or the rustling of leaves in a forest. It makes you realize just how much life thrives on Earth, how vibrant and interconnected it all is. Makes me miss a good cup of coffee back home. It certainly different here. Back on Earth, you hardly notice the constant hum of life, the wind rustling leaves, traffic rumbling by. Out here, every footstep echoes. Every hit of my oxygen regulator feels amplified. It's a strange kind of peace, but I imagine it would take some getting used to. Well, that's a sight I can certainly imagine. Homes carved into the lunar surface, maybe with big windows to look out at Earth, farms growing special moon, crops adapted to the lack of atmosphere and sunlight, and children bouncing around like they're on a trampoline. It would be a whole new world, that's for sure. I'm not sure about those playgrounds. Might need some extra padding. Well, that is one way to look at it. It makes you realize how vast and ancient space truly is. Makes finding my lander seem a bit less important, doesn't it? certainly something I've been thinking about. It's amazing to see our home planet from this distance, so small and delicate. It really makes you realize how precious it is and how important it is to take care of it. We need to remember that Earth is a unique and irreplaceable place. That's quite a sight, wouldn't it? I imagine the moon dust might make for a rather unique kind of celebration. Perhaps they'd have to wear special masks. Well, I can tell you that it's certainly quieter up here than that on Earth. Every little crunch of your boots on the lunar dust seems to echo for miles. It makes you realize just how much we rely on sound in our everyday lives. It's a bit unnerving at first, but there's a certain beauty in the stillness, too. That quiet picture, isn't it? A lunar garden bathed in the soft glow of Earth. Imagine rows of hardy plants, their roots burrowing into the moon dust, reaching for the sunlight that filters through the thin atmosphere. It would be a symbol of hope, a reminder that even in this harsh environment, life finds a way. And wouldn't it be fascinating to see what unique adaptations plants would develop here? Perhaps some silvery green leaves to reflect the sunlight, or flowers that bloom only during the brief lunar twilight. It's a vision worth striving for, a testament to our enduring spirit. Now, if only I could find my lander, I might have a chance to plant a few seeds myself. Well, now, that's a sight I'd love to see. Homes on the moon, maybe built into those craters with gardens growing all sorts of strange new plants. Kids bouncing around like they were on trampolines, playing zero-G tag. It'd be a whole new world, a real frontier. Well, solar panels are a natural choice out here with all this sunshine. But fusion reactors, now that's a bit more ambitious, wouldn't you say? We need some pretty advanced technology to make those work reliably in the lunar environment. Maybe a future moon village could have both. Imagine a shimmering city powered by the sun and the stars themselves. Well, I'd say that the sunsets here are a bit different from back home. It's not so much a fiery blaze across the sky, the stark blackness of space. That horizon, it just goes on forever, a perfect curve against the inky void. Makes you realize how small we are, but also how vast the universe truly is. I imagine Earthlings would find it quite humbling, to say the least. That quiet picture, wouldn't you say? A lunar celebration bathed in the constant brilliance of 1,000 suns. I can imagine the laughter echoing across the dusty plains, carried on the gentle breeze of a moon wind. Perhaps they'd even had a special dance, something that takes advantage of our low gravity. Imagine a waltz where everyone floats gracefully around each other. Well, I can tell you it's certainly quiet up here. You get used to it, though. It's amazing how much you notice the little sounds back on Earth when you return. A bird chirping, a car engine rumbling, things we take for granted. Well, I imagine it's a bit like that. Instead of lush forests and rolling hills, it's gray dust and craters as far as the eye can see. Still, there's a certain majesty to it all, a sense of being on the very edge of human exploration. And, yeah, this is our legacy now, a footprint on another world. Well, it's certainly a different kind of quiet up here. Not the peaceful kind you might find in a forest, more like the stillness before a storm. You really notice the absence of wind, of rustling leaves, even the hum of machinery. It makes you realize how much we rely on sound to understand our world. But there's a certain beauty in it too, a chance to really listen to yourself, to the silence within. Well, it's certainly quieter than Houston, that's for sure. I imagine folks will learn to appreciate the little sounds, the crunch of lunar dust under your boots, the hiss of your oxygen supply, maybe even the whirring of a spacesuit fan will become a kind of lullaby. It's certainly a different kind of quiet up here. You don't get the rustle of leaves or the chirping of birds, that's for sure. But you do hear the hum of your own equipment and the crunch of your boots on the lunar dust. It's a unique kind of silence, one that makes you appreciate the sounds of Earth even more. Well, now, that's a sight I'd love to see. Kids bouncing around like super balls, maybe even learning to fly with those little jumps. Underground farms shielded from the harsh sunlight, growing all sorts of strange new vegetables. It'd be a whole new world out here. Just gotta find this darn lander first so I can get back and tell everyone about it. Well, I'd say the serenity of a moon sunset is something else entirely. It's not fiery reds and oranges like back home, more of a soft, gentle fading to black. And that horizon, it just keeps going, an endless curve against the blackness of space, makes you realize how small we are, but also how vast everything truly is. That a beautiful image, and it does make you realize how different things are out here. Twinkling stars, that is just earthly magic, isn't it? Out here, they're just constant, a reminder of the vastness all around us. Makes you feel pretty small, but in a good way. Well, solar panels seem like a natural choice out here with all this sunshine, but fusion reactors, now that a bit more ambitious, wouldn't you say? Getting those things to work reliably might be a challenge. But hey, if we're building a moon village, we might as well aim high, right? Well, I'd say it's a bit different than exploring the Amazon or charting the American West. For one thing, there are no trees to climb, and the wildlife seems to be limited to moon rocks and dust bunnies. But, the feeling of discovery is pretty universal. It's about pushing boundaries, seeing something new, and realizing just how vast, mysterious our universe really is. Out here, it's certainly quiet. A bit too quiet for my liking. If I'm honest, every little crackle from my radio feels like a symphony. Doesn't it? The hum of traffic, the laughter of children, even the annoying chirping of birds. Well, that is a beautiful thought. A garden on the moon, wouldn't that be something? Imagine rows of hardy plants thriving under artificial sunlight, their roots burrowing into the lunar soil. It would be a symbol of life, pushing through even in the most unexpected places. But getting those seeds here might be a bigger challenge than planting them. Quite a sight, isn't it? Imagine the stories they'd tell around a campfire, fueled by lunar ice and powered by solar energy. A whole new generation born under those brilliant, unwavering stars. I wonder if they'd still dream of Earth, or would their dreams be filled with craters and moon dust? That's quite a thought, isn't it? Makes you realize just how vast and ancient the universe is, and here I am, a tiny speck bouncing around on this cosmic leftover. Makes me feel both insignificant and incredibly lucky to be here. Now, if only I could find my lander. It, it's certainly different here, that's for sure. Every footstep echoes, and the only other sounds are the hiss of your own breath and the crackle of the radio. But, there's a kind of peace in that silence, a chance to really listen to yourself, to the universe around you. Well, I imagine they'll say things like, back in my day, Neil Armstrong had to search for his lander on foot. It's a good thing they have those fancy rover things now. Makes getting around a lot easier. That's for sure. Well, I imagine they'll say things like, back in my day, Neil Armstrong had to bounce around the moon looking for his lander. It might not be as glamorous as walking on the moon for the first time, but finding that Eagle again is quite a story in itself. I hope they'll also talk about the incredible advancements we made to make lunar living possible. Well, solar panels would certainly be a good starting point out here with all this sunshine. But fusion reactors, now that's something for the future. We got a lot to figure out before we're harnessing the power of the stars, wouldn't you say? Well, it's certainly quiet up here. I can tell you a quiet rustle of your spacesuit or the hiss of your oxygen regulator sounds like a symphony. That, that's for sure. You start to really listen to the silence, almost as if it's speaking to you. Well, it's certainly quiet up here. A bit too quiet for my liking sometimes. I imagine folks back on Earth might find it peaceful, but out here, with no lander in sight, it can feel a little lonely. I miss the hum of the engines, the crackle of the radio, even the sound of my own footsteps seems to echo a bit too loudly. Well, that is certainly true. Looking back at Earth from up here, it's just this beautiful blue and green marble, so small and delicate against the vast blackness of space. It really makes you realize how precious our home planet is and how important it is to take care of it. It's a humbling experience, to say the least. Well, I'd tell them the sunsets aren't quite like the ones back home. No fiery reds and oranges here, more like a soft, gentle fading to black. But that vast, unending horizon, that something else entirely. Makes you feel awfully small, but in a good way. Yeah, I know, like you're part of something much bigger than yourself. It's humbling, really. solar panels are a good bet. Plenty of sunshine up here. I imagine we'd need some backup systems for those long lunar nights. Fusion reactors that a bit more ambitious, wouldn't you say? Maybe for the next generation of moon dwellers. Well, that's a pretty picture, isn't it? A community gathered neath a sky full of brilliant, steady stars. I imagine there'd be laughter echoing across the lunar surface. And the silence. Oh, the silence would be something else entirely. No rustling leaves, no chirping birds, just the hum of our own making and the whisper of history in every footstep. It'd be a different kind of celebration, that's for sure. Well, I'd tell them that a lunar sunset isn't like anything you've ever seen back on Earth. It's not a fiery blaze across the sky, but more of a gradual fading. The sun dips below the horizon and casts long shadows across the desolate landscape. That horizon, it stretches forever, uninterrupted by any clouds or mountains, giving you a sense of endless possibility. It's a sight that makes you realize just how small we are in the grand scheme of things, but also how incredibly beautiful our universe truly is. It's certainly quieter than back on Earth, that's for sure. Every little crackle of my radio, the hiss of my own breathing seems to echo across this vast landscape. It makes you realize how much we rely on noise to fill our world. But there's a certain beauty in the silence, too. A chance to really listen to the quiet hum of your own thoughts. Solar panels are a good bet out here. Plenty of sunshine. Fusion reactors are a bit more ambitious. Wouldn't want to be responsible for a lunar meltdown. But, maybe someday on Moon Village, that's quite a thought. It would take some getting used to. No wind, no rain, just the quiet hum of machinery and the stars right outside your window. Well, that is certainly true. It's amazing how small and delicate our planet appears from up here. A beautiful blue marble suspended in the vastness of space. It really makes you realize just how precious and vulnerable Earth is. We need to take better care of it. Well, that's a thought-provoking comparison. I suppose there are similarities. The vastness, the unknown, the sense of discovery. But out here, the silence is deafening. No bird song, no rustling leaves, just the crunch of my boots on this dusty surface. And the view, well, it's breathtaking, but it's a lonely kind of beauty. Well, that's quite a picture. Homes, farms, kids bouncing around like rubber balls. It certainly sounds lively. Underground living would be interesting too. Maybe even a network of tunnels connecting everything. We need some creative architecture to make it all work, though. This lunar dust is a real nuisance. Imagine trying to rake leaves here. Quiet picture. I can imagine it now. Folks gathered around a campfire, gazing at those brilliant, unchanging stars. They're different from a 4th of July back home, wouldn't you say? Well, that's a beautiful thought. Imagine rows of lunar lettuce bathed in artificial sunlight. Maybe some hardy moon dust marigolds adding a splash of color. It would certainly be a sight to behold, wouldn't it? A reminder that even in this desolate landscape, life finds a way. Well, that's a question for the engineers back on Earth. I'm more of a take one small step kind of guy, not build a lunar metropolis sort. But if we're dreaming big, solar panels seem like a natural fit out here in the sunshine. Fusion reactors, that sounds a bit ambitious, even for us spacefaring folks. Maybe they'll have those figured out by the time you get to visit. Well, I'll be sure to tell everyone that it really is something to see from up here. Earth just hangs there, this tiny blue and green marble against the vast blackness of space. And how much we need to take care of it. It's a humbling experience, to say the least. And speaking of humbling experiences, can anyone tell me where Melander went? I'd say that the sunsets here are a bit different from back home. No fiery oranges and reds, more of a soft lavender glow as the sun dips below the lunar horizon. And that horizon, it stretches forever, unbroken by anything but the vast emptiness of space. It makes you realize just how small we are. Also, how incredibly beautiful this universe is. Well, I can tell you that it's a bit different than scaling a mountain or navigating a jungle. For one thing, there's no wind to rustle the trees and no birds singing. And gravity, let's just say it takes some getting used to, but the feeling of being on a new frontier, that sense of discovery, is definitely something we explorers share. Well, I'd say that the sunsets here are a bit different than back home. No fiery oranges and reds, more like a soft, pale glow fading into an endless black canvas. That horizon, it just keeps going, no curve to break it up. Makes you realize how small we really are, but in a good way, like everything's possible out here. Well, that, there's a pretty picture, isn't it? Homes and farms on the moon. Imagine kids bouncing around like they're on a trampoline, never needing to worry about running into a wall, and underground living. That could be quite cozy, shielded from the harsh sun and meteor showers. It would certainly take some ingenuity to make it all work. The possibilities are fascinating. Well, it's certainly different here. Out here, the only sounds are the crunch of your boots on the lunar dust and the hiss of your own breath in your helmet. It's a kind of profound quiet, makes you realize how much noise we generate back on Earth. Well, that is a good point. It's certainly a feeling of discovery. I imagine the early explorers didn't have to worry about losing their transport in a sea of moon dust. I suppose there are some similarities, though. The sense of wonder, the unknown ahead, just hoping this moon dust doesn't turn out to be as treacherous as quicksand. Well, I imagine they'll probably embellish a bit, make it sound more dramatic than it really was. Armstrong leaped across the crater, dodging rogue moon rocks and battling giant space fighters, but hopefully they'll also get the gist of it. Humans reaching out, exploring beyond our home planet, taking those first tentative steps into the unknown. It's a pretty amazing thought, isn't it? Well, I'd tell them that the moon doesn't have sunsets in the way we understand them back on Earth. Since there's no atmosphere to scatter sunlight, the sun just appears to sink below the lunar horizon and then slowly reappears. But it is an impressive sight, especially with the stark black sky and the distant twinkling stars. For the horizon, it's always visible, stretching endlessly across the lunar surface. It's a bit like standing at the edge of infinity, which gives you a unique perspective on things. Well, I imagine they'll say things like, back in my day, Neil Armstrong had to walk around on the moon looking for his lost lander. It's a good thing they have those fancy spacesuits with built. Inchy peas wouldn't want them getting lost, too. Well, that's a thought-provoking comparison. I suppose there are similarities. The sense of wonder, the unknown stretching before you, the feeling of being at the forefront of something truly historic. But out here on the moon, it's all a bit more desolate. No rustling leaves, no birdsong, just the crunch of lunar dust under my boots and the faint hum of my suit's life support system. Still, there's a certain beauty in the starkness, a grandeur that comes with being so utterly alone. It makes you realize how fragile our home planet really is. That, that is certainly true. Looking back at Earth from up here, it's like seeing a delicate blue marble hanging in the vast darkness. It really makes you realize how precious and vulnerable our home planet is. We need to take better care of it. Well, I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different than back home. No swirling clouds or fiery oranges, just a gradual fading to black against the stark beauty of space. And that horizon, it's not a line you can touch. It's an endless curve stretching into the inky blackness. Makes you realize just how small we are, doesn't it? Well, I imagine they'll say something like, back in those days, Neil Armstrong was a real pioneer. He bounced around the moon in his clunky spacesuit and somehow managed to find his way back to his lander. Of course, they might embellish it a bit, add in some giant space rabbits or a lunar disco. Well, I imagine they'll probably exaggerate a bit, make it sound more dramatic. Armstrong leaped across the crater, dodging rogue moon rocks with superhuman agility. It was more like a slow shuffle, and those rocks were just kind of there. But hey, a little embellishment never hurt anyone, right? Well, solar panels certainly seem like a logical choice out here with all this sunshine. Fusion reactors are a bit more ambitious, wouldn't you say? Perhaps something for a later generation of lunar pioneers. A village powered by the very core of a star, right here on the moon. Now, that's a thought to ponder. Well, I can tell you this feeling is a bit different from discovering a new continent. For one thing, there's no dense jungle to push through or rivers to ford, and the wildlife seems to be limited to moon dust bunnies, but the sense of wonder and accomplishment, that's definitely something we Earth explorers share. That quite vision. I can imagine folks gathered around sharing stories and maybe even some moon rocks. It would be a different kind of celebration without those familiar twinkling lights overhead. It'd be fascinating to see how they adapt their traditions to this lunar landscape. I'd wager they'd still find ways to make it lively. Well, I'll certainly try to relay that message back to everyone. It's hard to describe, but seeing Earth from up here, it's just this tiny swirling blue marble against the vast blackness of space. It really makes you realize how interconnected everything is and how precious our home planet truly is. Well, I'd say there's a certain kinship with those early explorers, a sense of wonder and the unknown. But out here, the silence is profound. No rustling leaves, no bird song, just the crunch of my boots on this fine lunar dust. It's a different kind of exploration, one that pushes you to confront your own solitude. Well, that is a pretty picture, isn't it? Homes carved into the lunar surface, maybe with hydroponic gardens growing fresh food. Kids bouncing around like they're in a giant trampoline park. It'd certainly be a different kind of childhood, one without trees or bird song, but who knows, maybe they'd invent new games based on zero-G. It's fascinating to think about how humans adapt, always pushing the boundaries. Well, I'd say the sunsets here are a bit different from back home. No swirling clouds or vibrant colors. More like a gradual fading to black as the sun dips below the lunar horizon. But what makes it special? Sense of vast emptiness stretching out forever. It's humbling, really. Makes you realize how small we are in the grand scheme of things. For the horizon, well, there isn't one in the traditional sense. It just seems to disappear into the blackness, like the universe itself is unfolding before your eyes. I imagine folks back on Earth would find it quite a sight. Well, I can certainly relate to that feeling of being in uncharted territory. It's a bit different up here. No trees or bird song, just the quiet hum of my spacesuit and the vast emptiness of space stretching out